Good afternoon, everyone. I am admittedly suffering through a bit of a... I don't usually eat big portions. But for today, I went out and had Five Guys for the first. It was very, very good. It was probably like one of the few burger joints that I've had that like felt like an actual burger place. But the thing is, hopefully you didn't do that from my phone. But Five Guys normally has like what's the face? Like they have like 2 patties as a default, which is good for everyone else. But for me, who usually doesn't really eat big, I felt very bloated. And then coming back from it with my milkshake right now, for some reason this one didn't, for some reason this particular joint didn't have, like milkshakes available, although they did have refillable drinks, which is a rare find nowadays. The Baskin Robbins milkshake is so fucking good. But it's putting me on a bit of a bender right now. It's that type of good today. Regardless though, I am ready to get this shit started. I believe we only have, what's the name? I believe we only have like the final area where we register Sona and I think ask someone else about something. I think we're missing like the other person like during the time of David Assure's death. So let's see where this takes us. Whew. I've been here before. Sat right here in this lobby, waiting for David to come and treat me to lunch. At least I think it was this lobby. Could have been some other floor. Could have been an entirely different building. All these corporate towers of Babel felt like interchangeable practice to me, holding in on themselves in patterns of narcissistic paranoia. So monumental in the scale of their hubris, they needed non-Euclidean geometry drawing up the plans. The greatest minds of each generation coming together, just to find the most expensive way to shove their heads up their asses. Not denying, something bothering you. Just doing the math on how long we'll be waiting here. Apparently, someone will be here shortly. Maybe if I pass the time by glaring around the place. Oh shit. Change the logo again. How about electronic? How's it feel stepping in here? Is this some kind of religious experience for you? It's just the corporation where my father worked. Careful now. They'll burn you for heresy against the company. Said it again. Company. As if it's a proper noun. You're mimicking the employees, aren't you? So it can't obey simple orders, but it can pick up on patterns? Is it just a part of corporate culture? Noble's one of the biggest corporations there is. One of the biggest there's ever been. We mere humans can't hope to escape the gravity of anything that size, no matter where you live or how far the river you think you are. So imagine what it's like working. you go. That logo is above your head. Eat, sleep, and breathe on the Noble's timetable at its discretion. Spend your whole life inside of it. Noble must feel big enough to be the only company there is. Let's see. To think this is only one room. This complex is so massive that it doesn't feel big. It's like it was carved out of the rock by waves. Like it's always been here. That's the comp. This place was actually natural. There'd be birds everywhere. I hadn't considered that. Why aren't there birds in there? Why aren't there birds in here? Probably because of what they do to the ones that got in. Shot down? Oh. I'm kidding. I don't have a better explanation. But it's the most likely one. It's, so much energy. So many people. Also intent. Kidding? It's Saturday. The place is half empty. But doesn't everyone work on Saturdays? All the parents do, so they don't need to find childcare on Sunday. Everyone else flips a coin, I guess. All these people, 12 hours a day, 6 days a week. What could they all possibly be doing? They can work for themselves. You can be very cynical, can't you? She lives in this world, man. Give her some slack. I would too. Yeah, I'm terrible. That guy over there has just been jiggling his cursor for the last 20 seconds. to fake out the like the mouse detector that like every company has. Whoever comes to greet us better have a pulse. It's some goddamn authority. My mood's starting to sour. If they just send me the first link in their infinite chain of corporate bureaucracy, I'll make them wish. Morgan? That's me. Hey there. Android Manufacturing Quality Control. Eastern Division. Evan Dawes. Hey. I keep forgetting that. Thing just wobbles up like that so hard. Like first dates, conference calls, 5 o'clock shadow. Predivist, practiced handshake. Struggles with solving captchas? What? Are you a cyborg? Hair's starting to grow. That looks a little off and funny. Evan Dawes, he says. Afterthought. What a name! But what's her name compared to your place in the hierarchy? You seem familiar. Have you? I'm David's lawyer. Oh, so then we must leave. Apologies. Let me first just say how sorry I am about his passing. Alternate universe Leon Kennedy? Yeah, this is... Now that you're mentioning it, yeah, this is like his exact same Bob. You and everyone else at the company must be going through a lot right now. As if it's a proper noun. Thank you for taking the time to meet with me. You're welcome, but it's no big deal. Everyone's on the razor today, but what else is new? And compared to PR or legal right now, our workflows in POA are... Never mind. How can I assist you? Shortly before his passing, Dr. Ashur began the process of registering this android. Yes? That is correct. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to finish the job. Look at that. It's definitely custom. Gee, think? Good thing I saw our own expert. Warm, it goes without saying. Reminds me of the A16 Premiere, if anything. The barcode is clearly printed. No visible defects. You're right. It doesn't correspond to anything we've got on file. Well, they sent you the right man for the job. Now we just need to go to the right place. How far, I hope? It's in the building. Are your palms, like, on fencer? The building? That can mean anything from down the hall to half a day's hike. The production line on a B9 should have everything we need. You do manufacturing inside your corporate headquarters? B9's a fully functional production floor, but it was only built for dentistry purposes. Two clients make deals upstairs about how many and in what shape or size, and they come down to the basement to see how the sausage fits. They have enough money to build a fake factory just for guests? Smart. So long as you're only giving tours and not giving away company secrets. No need to worry about that. We take intellectual security very seriously around here. No kidding. There are 11 cameras on us at the moment, that I can see. Who knows how many pairs of bonded eyes are arranged our way. Clearly, nothing happens here without the almighty company knowing about it. They try to claim ignorance about anything. It's gonna piss me off. Lead the way. I wonder, is it the same day as the presentation? I assume it is. Because this is all moving by quickly until like the time frame. I think it's. It really is furnished down here. That is. Is there a more unsafe looking area that you've ever seen? There's so many sparks are flying. What the? I don't want to take up too much of your time. It's too rare to get to see all this in person, you know? Would you mind terribly if I looked around for a moment? No problem. I've got some prelim paperwork I need to handle anyway, so have at it. Better take hold of it. More than cursory knowledge if I want to figure out where and why David wanted me to take custody. I'm gonna look around. Just stay put in the meantime. Adonai? Wouldn't want to lose you among the rest of the merchants. What's being built out there? Our top of the line, brand new bestsellers, the Animate 16. Warm. Kinda cold out there. We keep the factory floor refrigerated. Suppose the organics already turned metallic activity. That explains why the room doesn't smell like rotting flesh. The flesh out there is only somewhat rotting. Slowly. I just meant I'm surprised to see metal. Oh, well, all the A16s have alloy endoskeletons. The organics are layered on later in the process. Sounds like what Sarah's told me about herself. Maybe she really was the A16's prototype. But it's hard to imagine bridging the gap between her and these scattered doll parts. I get that you can grow just about anything from Lax Gemini. But how do you get the synthetic and the organic to work together? Yeah, that was our first concern when R&D began work on the worm concept. The 1.0s were real skin with synthetic muscle. And it was a horror show. Metal pulling on skin was just correct. Or 2.0. They worked backwards. Organic muscles, organic skin. Digital signals and organic hardware was a dead end. Flex and unflex, sure. That's not nearly precise enough for facial expressions. It's like puppets strung up on live wires. We used the test footage to haze it. Unless you can figure something out. The A-16 wouldn't look out of place on the runway. But thank you. Try. This guy's eye bags are so... They tell me everything. The tie and this shirt tuck. He ended up reaching out to Mod for the days. Actually, we just bought a half dozen of them, but right. We figured out how to get human nervous systems with mechanical limbs ready to go. So we just needed to get a mechanical nervous system with living limbs. Very clumsy attack. Or just high precision mods are slotted straight into the nervous system. They receive their input from neurotransmitters, not bioelectricity. So you had to do the opposite? Exactly. Create a synthetic neurotransmitter that our androids can use to communicate with organic flesh. Where'd that breakthrough come from? After sure. Partly. You let the team to build the motor neuron from this analogy. You carry commands from the central nervous cell as to individual muscles across the chassis. The serotonin. Sorry, the synthetic analog serotonin. That was actually an old brainchild for the Android futures. Helen Jung. Offspring of Carl Jung? Hasn't David mentioned a Dr. Jung before? That's impressive. She's one hell of a biochemist. She was, I guess. Not much time for individual lab work when you got kind of a grade. So Jung collabed with David on the technology that enabled more android. Whatever went into Sarah makes the soul android, so whatever went into Sarah makes the android so distinct. You couldn't have taken soul credit for it. You partner with her on this. Is that a data pad I see? What have we got this data pad? Some kind of write-up? On the subject of Sullivan's Peak. Much of our world today, in fact, much of the world's economy is heavily influenced by the uncanny valley. The thought experiment provides a simple and easily applied explanation for the gaps we see in otherwise wide spectrum of automated dependence that assists in nearly every industry on the planet. There's a very simple, primal truth to it. We like things that resemble the living. I was going to join as soon as I saw the note when I was listening to Cascada. Sorry, gang. Well, you're here regardless, so I can't really fault you. Cartoons and puppets. We like things that are damn near indistinguishable from the living. Like whatever name Noble's latest products are being sold under. There are deep trenches between those two things. The products are universally appalling to human sensibility. The uncanny valley will no doubt remain a useful tool for marketing and design for generations to come. But already we are seeing ways in which it fails. It is becoming increasingly clear to us that the space between nearly indistinguishable and truly indistinguishable is much wider than we ever suspected, and it may not be the only part of the map that we must fear. I propose to bridge these gaps of knowledge by looking at the speculative fiction of Robert Sullivan, who in his well-known work, Equal Under One Sky, described a concept which thereafter has been called Sullivan's Peak. Through the lens of his characters in a so very divided world, Sullivan demonstrated that the uncanny valley does, in fact, have its own peak on the other side, a point past which making an artificial existence any more human in its features serves only to make the user experience more uncomfortable, more difficult, and more fraught with moral pitfalls. Once Once you resolve its being, traveling any further only has diminishing returns. The implications of this idea are far-reaching. You'll very soon reach a point at which the designers of ads only make their creations less lifelike, less likely. Hard stopping point for technological progress. What then, we must ask? Oppa! Looks like you forgot to sign in to this device. Drop your thumbprint below. We'll get you squared away as you reading. Where does Oppa from? Surprised to find reading material like that around here. Are they passing around as a gag, or are they actually afraid of solving people around here? Noble must be. Almost making money hand over fist. Why should they care if some sci-fi authors think they've used slow metal? This would spell doom for the entire industry, right? The threats to the bottom line are about as serious as it gets. I guess I got that. Inhaler left out on the desk. Probably a half dozen empty ones in one of the rooms. Dogs? The inhalers. They're distributed by the company, right? Oh yeah, HR handled it. They personalize your dosage and prescription and update it based on performance and job performance. Other corporations doing the same, right? Yeah, pretty much. Everyone's trying to keep pace with each other, so you can't have your employees losing focus on their job. Cost you who knows how much in lost efficiency. Alright, this is insensitive, but given what happened today, though, are overdoses common in the company? Yeah. I would figure, yeah. Yeah, he says. Overdoses, that is. Not hospitalizations. Or deaths. It's all pretty organized these days. That's really the... Stings? Man, back when I started consulting, pretty much everyone had an embarrassing story from the first 2 years, where they popped up a few too many green things. Missed on the ramp. Popped greens. Yeah, used to be pills. Get you going, yellow to the air, swallow right after brushing your teeth, and get to your bunk fast. But yeah, inhalers are like a huge, like from going to torches to the light bulb. These things straight to your personal biomes and adjust the dosage in real time. Overdoses are way down. That's great to hear. The trainees over there don't realize how good they got it. It's probably won't even have to learn how to purge. Purge? Yeah, I think that means one stomach contents might use some pump. Oh, right, yeah. Yeah. I know, right? Seems to share some components back to what Sarah was happening. Dog just quality assurance. Sometimes they enter it's probably what we'll use to register Sarah. It's a little... Is Sarah tall enough for it to recognize her? Like I've seen this before. It's 3D picture, right? Yeah. That's right, there was one in David's lab. That's the nanograde elementary manufacturer. Real high quality piece of machinery. Each of them built in-house by Randog Mechanics. What's it do? Nano-level flashback. Method of manufacturing artificial microscopic compounds that utilizes parallel nesting to assemble billions of simple structures in minutes or even seconds. Okay. Basically, a 3D printer for nanomachines. You build nanomachines with factories for use in your engine. The raw materials are cheap, literally elementary, so no sense in getting them shipped in. It's mostly the medical models that make use of them. 1,000 nanites, just bloodstream, run diagnostics, and provide a solution. So what kind of ink does it use? Silicon, hydrogen, oxygen, carbon? Wait. Particle by particle. A ribosome complex protein chemically simple nucleic acids. Won't be time consuming. Not really. Yeah. Good thing. A Randolph cracked code on parallel manufacturing. Inside's crystalline, sprawling, like an ant nest. Raw materials enter at 1 of thousands of entry. Combining and recombining them interesting. Finished product enters in the center. Drips out in a liquid solution. Still nectar, swimming with millions of nanites in just 2 minutes. Nectar? Sticky? It can be, depending on the desired output. The door vacuum seals while it's cooking, so don't worry. Completely spookproof. What a relief. Not exactly a box of people, but maybe we could just have rock bombs or thing. He also bought his own. Summer. Oh, the, line? There's something out there that caught my eye. Very familiar shade of crimson. I squinted through the glass. Out on the floor, there are temperatures to hold fluid types. Blue glass and plastic flows an eye-catching scarlet that transitions. So you add the blood towards the end. You mean the oxygen? Yeah, relatively late in the process. Pulling out of legs? Androids of blood, even if it's not officially labeled as such. And it isn't red. It's pink. Sometimes milky, sometimes not. Occasionally garish. But pink. I just didn't think the oxygen looked red. Oh, right. Sorry. I barely notice it at this point. The color's natural. It comes from the biomanufacturing process. That chromophage out there removes the byproducts. Waste, excess. Is this evidence? Blood guts, psychopathy. That chromophage? Our android's flesh will come looking out all 4 colors. That may be true. It probably is. But I have a symbol. Blood is primal. The side of it carries weight. They change the color of the product blood so that it would, so that when an android gets involved in it pays. No one bats an eye. Well done? Ready to get the ad handle? Thanks for humoring me. Can you have it step into the scanner? As he says. Interested. Then, what are we looking at here? Whoa! A lot to unpack here. You realize that it may have been a sure pink cushion. Pink cushion, huh? That would explain some of what I'm reading. Well, the way that she's like glowing in like barcode 9s, that's so cool. What language is that on screen? Yes. You know, Tesseract, all noble products, and well, pretty much all products, period, are programmed to test. Okay, it's literally just... Easy to read and write, stay compliant. Now this model, what's it go by? Sarah. This Sarah model. It's got everything that's fine, that's for sure. Again, skin, rapid muscles, advanced facial processing, coding. There's a lot crammed in here that's still in development. Like, in the idea phases. Solar cell hair strands. Decentralized redundant power. Mental and physical overclocking with extended tolerances. Data storage is so large I can't... Oh. Wow. He had to measure it using... Hell of a poker face. Wait. Decryption and signal hijacking? That's... hacking? Essentially. Does that mean it can hack its own tenants? Programming framework underlying the development of modern automated independent software. All contemporaries supported built upon the tenant system, allowing users to designate a series of viable priorities for their code to pursue. So it's like an OS, okay. Or like an antivirus? Oh no, that's unthinkable. Literally. For an app. For an app to break its tenants would be like you stepping into traffic or dropping a baby. Even if you're physically capable of it, it's not something you would ever choose to do. Some people do walk into traffic. Psychotics, addicts, mentally ill. Chill? That means there are androids. Well, no. There aren't crazy androids. So, yeah. I guess my analogy doesn't hold up. That's okay. It can't hack itself, but it was given the ability to hack other systems. The industry line is that such a capability could be an option in certain emergency scenarios. Breaking through the firewalls and encryption of surrounding electronics to broadcast directly on police or military channels. Speaking of military, this musculoskeletal setup is drastic. I've never seen this on a consumer model. Can you lift a car or something? Most cars, it would depend on the center of gravity. Waiting. As if Sarah could wrestle a public disturbance walker and come out on top. Those stomping behemoths they'd bring out for ride suppression? And in terms of computational ability, the estimate says... that can't, right? Look, DOS. I was actually hoping you could tell me something about the software or the metadata. Who worked on it, and when? Right. Okay. Well, getting along with the urge. Sound very above the board. Sorry. I can't tell you anything about who worked on Sarah, or when. Then you can store those logs? Not here. Not with this machine. I need the computers that were actually used for programming this model. Any idea where those would be? Sarah? Not answer that question with any accuracy. I feel like you're choosing not to. I had a feeling you might say that. Yeah, that's right. Sorry. I can tell you that the code is unique. But since the A16 a few of the same conclusions, it's just Dr. Assure or wherever took different varied paths to get there. Sarah has even less in common with every other android on the inside? Sorry. Didn't expect it to hit a dead end here. Not at all. You've been very helpful. Can we still get the registration done? Yeah, no problem. Got the software and forms all set up here. Occasionally we let a new business partner bring one home fresh from the oven, you know? Oven? Okay. Bro. Alright. Few basic questions then. Who's gonna be the official owner of this unit? He is. As it says, unless the will disagrees, it's my responsibility. Done? Fine with the designation, Sarah? We can set it to anything you like. Well, actually... You would change it? Never mind. Sarah will do fine. This part's all standard. Civilian model, address, contact info I can get for your prompts. You want to reset to factory defaults? Clear up a lot of quirks. Not right now. The last thing done is the grading. I'm reading 23 tenets here. Nothing too far out of the ordinary. 23? That's higher than I expected, talking with it. She seemed more malleable than that. Don't blame yourself. Guessing tenant count from outward appearances has become a crapshoot. Not like it used to be. Used to be they only had 3 tenants total. Every unit had to have them. Then came the first accidents. Lawsuits. Hearings. Legislature. The demand for more tenants. The tenant making sure ads could reach the state. Tenants stating that ads wouldn't divulge private information without prior consent. Campaign calling for a tenant to waive child and adult liability. Campaign calling for a tenant to do the opposite. Companies wanted their asses covered. Customers wanted guarantees. Never much incentive to deny a requested tenant, so the list just ballooned. I need to read more about the tenant. Once added to the program, a tenant cannot be circumvented on the air. Even then, only if a tenant with a higher wage certificate. Tenants were first adopted in the field of computer science as try of 3 priorities that govern how preserving human life, being human, and avoiding damage to human property should be prioritized. Since then, the number of supported tenants is 113. Most of them requested by lobbyists in the insurance industry looking to better define. I don't know where defile came from. To better define relative financial value. Tenants are well known for increasing the decision time lag of program this, combined with their well known for increasing the decision time lag of programs. This, combined with their engineered and flexibility, has made it so that most programmers aim for a tenant limit below 30. Certainly, the one tenant that could not be removed from any program was TNT Safety 0, aka Tenant 0 or Tenant 1. The tenant dictated that the following program could not produce outcomes that result in a harm to a living person. After the decision People vs. Volstan's Defense Fund, holding widespread adoption of automated dependence in the military and security sectors, this is no longer required. Though Tenant 0 may still be added to particularly benign or mundane software as a good luck charm, a precision ritual, or a joke. Joke? Until the military entered the market in full force. Not like you don't approve. I wouldn't go that far. They needed their ads to be able to pull the trigger in order to clear 5,000 lines of loaded hardcode to get there. I get that. But since the armies are the only ones who protect with bare minimum tenants, all the best, least cluttered, most elegant code is only used for board games. It's not very romantic. Well, not like I was on the jury. Department of Advanced Defense Projects was the Zenith Dynamic. The Supreme Court sided with the military's requests and set a new precedent that every other army around the world would race to meet. Changing tenants from a mandated list at the root of every ad source code, choose your own list. Funny. Ads with the most tenants. They're so locked in have a conversation with them. And outside of the armed forces, only ads with a single-digit tenant. Vacuum tenants. Most impressive ones, like the back here, fall somewhere in the middle. Sorry, but went on a tangent there. Only thing left is the evaluation. What gets evaluated? Total financial insurance purposes. Yeah. The insurance companies made sure we had every accurate algorithm. No room for human error, they insisted. No sense of irony. Wow. I mean, I knew it was custom, but what price could they have possibly... A lot of digits. You should know, these formulae are pretty conservative with their estimates. Stingy, even. Sierra's really David's last and greatest work. Here's something they're priceless, but force an insurance algorithm to pick a number. Try not to get any scratches on it, I guess. Okay. Spoke differently back there. With Dawes. Spoke like he did, it seemed. Like I copied his accent? It seemed to mirror his affect, his tone. It's called being friendly. What's your point? It was just an observation. I'm just noticing. Hashtag noticing. You can choose to keep those to yourself, you know. No intent required. Why were you so concerned about registering me in the first place? Same reason I wouldn't drive around in a car without a license plate? Any cop, or even just a well-placed camera, could have spotted your barcode and seen that it wasn't set up with any actual data. And then they would have arrested me, then they would have thrown me in the slammer. No, they would have arrested me and put you in an evidence locker. An android can't get arrested? People get arrested. Property gets seized. And then smashed. Put us over the weight limit. I did no such... Warden Counselor, your presence has been requested on the upper floors. Who's asking? Vice President of Android Futures, Helen Young. Shouldn't have assumed I still had the opening move. Tell her I'll be right up. I'll redirect your elevator now. Taking control of your elevator is very... forceful. Isaac Noble is trying to directly steer your investigation. If Noble wanted to shut me down, they wouldn't bother to be subtle. I suppose they could simply refuse to cooperate. Just let the elevator drop. I suppose? Oh wow, those pants are very... I see them. Right. Speaking first, sign of weakness. It's a... Here I thought I could avoid wading into the swamp of corporate pretend power dynamics. You know what? I'm just gonna be a dick. Sounds is only awkward if you care. I can ignore social cues all day long. Always like this time of day. Not too muggy for you? No. I never liked clear blue sky. It always seemed cold. You're in luck. The sky gets more colorful every year. That's supposed to be a good thing. As the air quality drops. Childish, isn't it? Marveling at the small sheen of rainbow dancing on the surface of a massive oil spill. Apologies for waxing poetic. It's been a very unusual 24 hours around here. I need to see her. Damn it, I wish I could see her like pants, but it was It was very like 60s like looking. I am really fucking with her hair though. How is she managing to keep this part of her hair not like swooping down? Like, give me your lesson. Dr. Young. Just miss is fine. His skill. I get the feeling you didn't bring me up here to talk about the weather. Now let's see what's up there. Occupation. You have an Android user with mobile electronics. Likes red meat, flower gardens, high thread counts. Likes working from home, shopping online, waiting. Okay. Languages fluent in 3. Enjoys attending baseball game. Talent, getting children to stop crying. That's random, okay. No. I brought you up here to express my condolences. Very sorry for your loss. Thank you. Though I could say the same. I know you and David worked together for many years. Yes, we did. As much as I'd like to just drop everything and process, the company wheels don't stop spinning for anything. Or anyone. Still hasn't any help? She sent him? Trying to be helpful, or just trying to control the narrative? It was great. But that means you must know why I'm here. I don't want to make assumptions. No need. I'll be explicit. I'm here as an officer of the court, which means I'm bound by law to document every rock I turn over, every person I speak to. The lawyers made that all very clear. Lawyers? Have an android? It's not one of ours. You tell that quickly? Got all the faces memorized? It's easy enough to remember the major archetypes we use. Yes. Weird nuts about your work, maybe. It's a recent act. Been to David's estate already. The police gave me full access. You know he wasn't alone last night. Yes. There was a single witness who met with him. They called emergency services when he came in. Was it you? I was that witness. Okay, yeah. Really? Obviously. There aren't that many people David would bother meeting with in person. Let alone welcoming them into his home and offering them a drink. I also knew that Yumi's his superior. On paper, not in fame. And I knew that the witness had Executive Plan 3, so he had to be higher up than David. Well then, do your lawyers know we're having this conversation? Of course. They're pulling their hair about it as we speak. I can't imagine why. The police cleared you. And you were well within your rights to come to ask for some privacy. Given the high-profile nature of all that's happened. So why call me up here? Why cut through all the red tape your lawyers painstakingly hid you behind? Eventually you, or some clever lawyer like you, will get the record reopened. Through legal means or otherwise. The company's enemies are legion, and they have a prying knife for every occasion. Still, that would have taken time. Time you could use to get ahead of what could be the biggest PR hurdle Noble's ever seen. Touché. And so perhaps the truth of the matter is that I simply didn't want to hide. David was my colleague for several years. If I were in your shoes, I would have questions as well. You're doing this for my sake? No. My reasons are purely selfish. I'm only hoping that talking to someone whose job isn't to defend me from all consequences might prove therapeutic. Demonic screeching? Now, who are you screeching to exactly? Which character is it to? Hi, depressed calculator. Welcome to the stream. She wants to play confessional. That's fine by me. But is that really all that's going on here? Why don't you just start from the beginning, then? You went to his home last night. Yes, at around 7:30 p.m. Building's penumbra captured all of that quite clearly. Just the world in general, I know nothing about this game. We are investigating our friend's supposed suicide at the behest of his robot child that he just left to us. In the midst of a very tumultuous political and corporate not backlash, but impact, let's say. We haven't started the preliminary hearing yet, but he fell ill around 8 p.m. So you spent a half hour together. Why the late call in person? Had an intense discussion yesterday afternoon. David never came in on Saturdays, and I didn't want to spend the weekend glaring at him through the screen, so I visited. He let me in, and we talked. About the good old days. You believe that? Back when we were both new to the company, eager to make a name for ourselves. Makes sense? Yeah. How long ago was that? 7 or 8 years ago? Not 6 or 7, 8 years ago, okay. Monsieur? Putting a number on it doesn't sound that long ago, but it feels... It's been a while like that. Just talking. He was lively and sharp, and I would have never thought that a few minutes later that he would be dead. That he would commit suicide in front of me. Firm reply. What happened? 8:15, said he wanted a toast. Got up, walked back into his workshop, and then he must have went down his basement to get us a bottle. I checked some messages in the meantime, enjoyed the view. In other words, she stayed on camera. That's suspicious. Came back with a bottle of whiskey and 2 plastic cups. But with this hand pose up, her arm really looks thin, huh? Drank. Talked. He got quieter. Spoke less. I thought he was just getting drunk. Didn't get word until he started to fall asleep. You tried to wake him? He wasn't responding. I tried to shake him awake, but didn't see him. I left him and ran to the kitchen to use the security system. Didn't think to use her phone. No. I suppose I didn't. It worked out. Numbers emergency protocol summed a VTOL straight to his helipad with 1 button press. I returned to the parlor. I moved him to the floor as delicately as in a heartbeat. Did what I could till they arrived. We went with them to the hospital, I take it? Yes. System. They checked my vitals and ran a tox screen, which came back clean. Sort of David's. For all the good it did him. I wasn't paying close attention to what they were saying at that point. But I'm sure they ran through every step of the CCE. So that's what they're paid to do. It seems certain that it was suicide. Yes. Why? As I said, he got quieter as the time passed. He spoke less. The last thing he said to me, the last clear thing he said, that he was happy ending it here. Said he was content. Downed his glass after that. That is Okay, that is very grim, but that is also from your words only. So, how much did that happen really? Drank every last drop. Cup spilled. Potato. Does that sound like David Assure to you? Curious, restless, perfectionist David? No, I guess it doesn't. That is a lot. You said CCE standard operating procedure a moment ago. What is that? CCE stands for counter corporate espionage, which is just standard, just industry double speak for corporate espionage. Only used in self-defense. Understand? So Noble anticipates employees at your level getting poisoned. They give us all kinds of CCTV. Some of the employees, usually in disguise on the itinerary as leadership work, like theatric evaluation. They train you to expect to get murdered at these leadership workshops. Murder is fairly rare at our level. More likely they'll say, more likely they'll want us to say. Let us drain confidence resources at a hospital bed while our physicians smart. Like snipers purposely avoiding vital areas to screen the enemy's medical resources. That's terrible. Like snipers purposely avoiding vital areas in order to strain the enemy's medical resources. That's nothing compared to what they want to turn an asset. Feel ill for the rest of your life in an undiagnosable lady? Recover a mole, while saving the antidote every 2 months. It's a nasty piece of work. It's a nasty line of work. Something. I'm sorry? That's just what they call it. Can't exactly put corporate spy in their CV. So every consultant I've met at the cocktail party is actually... Depends. Did they say that they're consultants? Or did they say that they were in consulting? How the hell am I supposed to remember? So do your people think that what happened to David was a deliberate attack? Noble's competitors have been trying to get to David for years. And that's the timescale their plans operate on. If this was an attack from a rival corporation, the company would have seen it coming. And they'd have probably struck first. I've been curious about this ever since I saw the scene. Why the plastic cups? There's a story there. Dave and I got hired around the same time, under similar circumstances. Headhunted while finishing our higher education. During recruiting, the company claimed on us badly, but in practice, our actual authority was inexperienced and overpaid. You must have been extremely unpopular. You don't mince words. We did neither back then. We were loudly trying to convince our superiors that their entire sales model for Android was antiquated and self-defeating. The two of them made the 1-point doctrine? That's the story I've heard in Noble commercials and Noble sponsored media. And come to think of it, it's not a story I've ever heard from David himself. He had this deadline. Oh, oops. He had this deadline. Self-imposed, but still a deadline. We wanted to get our pitch to the president of international sales by the end of day. 7 p.m. rolls around and people start filtering out. David still has his head buried in diagrams and sales figures. Imagine the type of a man like him, a programmer trying to make a sales pitch. The clock hits 9 and even the zombies start heading home. They turn to David, tell him that it's not going to happen. We're nowhere near finished. The day is long since been over. Have to go. Have a good one. I hope to see you later. Press calculator. Thank you for stopping by. He looked at me like I'm the only other person on a sinking boat, and I just stopped pitching water. He says, "The person lives on the other side of the globe. Still got all night until his end of the day." Wrapped up at 4 in the morning. Just us to clean. Back then, only half of them were ads. Finally sends the message, and I'm ready to collapse. I've got nothing. Stared blankly at his inbox for the next 40 minutes, hoping the harsh light would give us the energy to work throughout the next day. Got a response. It wasn't long, but it showed he was interested. I had been turned down so many times before then, ignored and placated, passed up and ghosted him. But together, David and I had finally gotten a win. So David asks if I've got anything to drink. I've got a bottle of some swill in a cabinet at my desk, but he doesn't want to drink from the bottle because he wants to toast. Aww. So we sat there at 5:19 in the morning, toasting awful vodka to one another in cups we got from the bakery, toasting our first victory against the corporate beast. Between the lack of sleep and the drinking, the next day at work was hell. Sounds like a good memory. Plastic cups and liquor. That was our little ritual. But I didn't think twice when he presented me with my cup. It was ceremony for us. As VP of Android Futures, you're David's superior, aren't you? That's correct. Didn't you join the company at around the same time? David was always more interested in his work than he was in climbing the ladder. He didn't like playing the corporate politics. So he was unpopular around here? Not unpopular, no. Not the great Dr. David assured. Misunderstood, perhaps. How so? He can be blunt, demeaning, some might say. He wasn't trying to be, it's just... not everyone could work at the same pace as he did, for as long as he did. People with the whole company doing those nails, they couldn't keep pace with David? Speaking of which, I don't see any of you on this desk. Maybe it's just not something you leave out in the open at her level. So you would say that his work-life balance was... Balance implies the two are at odds with one another. We use work-life harmony here at the company. Oh, that is... Fascinating. So was he in harmony? No. David always had plenty of suitors, but he was never willing to put the time in. But I'm sure you're more knowledgeable than I am on that subject. Right. What do you mean? I had to help him draft a lot of apology notes over the years for misunderstandings and double bookings. It's scandalous. The A16 only entered production this year, correct? Correct. Pre-order started last holiday and began shipping it in the first quarter. I understand that you were instrumental in the success of War of Android. I played my part supervising the launch, yes. Weren't you the one who designed serotonin? The factor that enabled communication between synthetic and organic parts? I'm surprised you've heard of that. I did think that project, yes. But that was years ago. At the time, serotonin was little more than a novelty, a dead end. It wasn't until David took the reins on the A16 that we found a use for it. Took the reins? He was the lead programmer on limb coordination, facial expression, exhaustion parameters, and he designed the synthetic nerve that made all that possible. David did all that. That's a lot more than just programming. Was he always so gifted in that many fields? Did he fill in those roles on the A14 or the E15? No. He used to stay steadfast to his role as a software architect. That was his field of expertise, and he didn't wander far. But 2 or 3 years back, he started sitting in on other departments, taking notes. He's a real grinder, holy shit. David is straight up just work sexual over you. Soon, he was joining the discussion, proposing new ideas. And eventually, he came to follow his lead. Just like that. Just like that. So he just applied himself, and soon he was leading other departments. That's the kind of genius that Dr. David assured was. Maybe they weren't paying him enough. The company profited the most, of course, but the entire industry benefited from his vision and leadership. His loss will be felt for years. And there's only Sarah left. So, this android, Sarah. Even Dawes couldn't find any real details on where it's from. It's not in any of our systems. I'm afraid not. Did David ever talk to you or anyone else at the company about a pet project? Pet? No. He never gave me any indication like that. And if he didn't talk to me about it, I seriously doubt he confided in anyone else at the company. David didn't trust anyone higher on the chain than himself. And anyone below him? Frankly, they couldn't possibly hope to give him advice. Never mentioned him. No, never. Androids don't come cheap. You never heard about him requisitioning parts or resources? There were never any discrepancies with this company credit card. Companies' accountants are worthless, even by industry standards. They wouldn't humor anybody. Except for him. Oh, not even David was sure. They had ever suspected financial discrepancy. Never been an uproar loud enough to hear it in the mailroom. You have a mailroom. Now since the 30s. Just a figure of speech. He thought she did something there. He couldn't have taken resources from the company without leaving a record. But no one would deny Dr. David Assurer information. He would have been able to obtain all the necessary data to build his own android. Then, with enough time and money, he privately purchased the raw material himself. I don't understand it. It must have taken him years to build Sarah. He wasn't doing anything illegal. Except the hacking stuff. So why keep it a secret? I don't know. He was private, and a perfectionist. Perhaps he simply wasn't proud of his result. How? You're gonna say that in front of her? Could be. Well, thanks for taking the time to talk to me. I'm sure this has been a difficult day for you. A difficult day for all of us. Message from Fran. Running out of Lisa Chase. That brat better have good news. Are you really going to take this to court? That's my plan. The circumstances may be irregular, but I'm still defending a client from a criminal charge. It's my responsibility to argue that he's not guilty of... And is that what you believe? That he didn't commit suicide? I guess I haven't decided what I believe. Don't make me decide. Oh, okay, thank you. Thank God, I thought it was about to be. Would you kindly slow the hell down? I'm sorry, Adonai. Was I walking too quickly for you? Walking? That was speed walking. Up 2 flights of stairs. It's very different. Up? Speed walking. Sounds like a powerful technique. Is it like the Xin Jiao? for a minute. I don't know if anyone's gonna ever understand the joke here, but like Sarah is like David's like fast daughter. Fetal alcohol syndrome has somehow been passed down onto her through code. Is it possible that you are out of shape? No. But since we left the cab, your heart rate has... I'm not wearing the right clothes. Or the right shoes. Is that so? Yes. Also, I didn't stretch or hydrate. I felt reaching its zenith. That would have been several hours ago. In the air temp. You said there would be a short walk from street level. To prepare myself, mentally, for a short walk. Then you took off like a rocket. And you didn't mention that we have to go upstairs. You sure this place is even back here? Reviews online were quite clear. It's worth the trouble finding it. Maybe for a mountain climber. When I sent Brian hunting for a musician in David's circles, I expect them to bring me someone from the city orchestra or a jazz club. Champagne from a teacup kind of musician. But this is the tequila and neon part of town. It should be in view if we turn. How deny? Be careful. What? It's a stray. And it's bearing its fangs, too. Could be carrying disease. You should... relax. How deny? Growling. Stop growling at me. See? So it's just me that... What's static? How'd you get it to calm down? It's an animal, not a monster. It wants to be. Like animals? What kind of cold-blooded freak doesn't like animals? Have pet? Technically... No. Never have. Why not? Because I don't want to take care of a pet. That seems counterintuitive to me. What? Well, it makes perfect sense to me. I don't need to make sense, and I don't need it to make sense to you. That you notice you're only this talkative when it's just the two of us? Just an observation. Stop pointing at her traits. She's gonna be self-conscious. Yeah. Shy or something? Did they either program you to have android anxiety? It's generally only appropriate to respond to comments that are addressed to oneself. Hey, I've rarely been addressed directly by people other than you. In other words, you're shy. That is not what I... She just doesn't want to approach anyone without a purpose. Come on. I tried petting it. There's no law against it. The establishment, is that a toy gate? What the fuck is happening? Now just give Isaac quarters, Mitchell's friend claims. Your father was close with this man who you never met. I think he was close with him ever. So, might some help make that connection. Grandson lived and meditated. I didn't give it to That's a good one. Grant also saw a phone call last night. So they weren't close. I think they were sleeping together. That is completely inappropriate for me or anyone to speculate about. Inappropriate? I don't know. It's only... I'm getting a very important text message from a private investigator. Excuse me. Here we go. You catch the killer yet? No. What the hell? I sent you his position. I'm at his position. I haven't spoken to Porter. But there's no reason to suspect him right now. I mean, I'm surprised you're invested all of a sudden. Isn't David a short corporate sellout in your eyes? Everyone's a corporate sellout. But it sure gets respect. If I'm a demolitions expert, he's like a really good architect. That's almost sweet. I think. I sure started working out in Cube. So in the architect analogy, by today's standards, he's like, I don't know. As a kid, he built all his bricks by hand. Or something. You know that lit homework can help you with forming analogy. Eat this analogy. Did that come through, or did the characters break? It's supposed to be a guy giving you the finger. I take it Cube is a programming language. What's special about it? Pretty much anything coded in the last 20 years is web-based. You code with the assumption that you'll always be connected. So you can depend on having fat libraries of references to lean on. And if something does go wrong, errors get reported to you automatically. But not Cube. You can look it up. But basically, Cube was originally for robotics and, like, machinery. Stuff that had to operate in the mines. Under the ocean. Middle of nowhere fields with zero signal service. So Cube had to be self-sufficient. How rugged. Where does your learn Cube anyway? It's all of the dirt. From like the 40s. I don't know. I think his father had a machine shop or something. Dang. Yeah, well, David didn't like to talk about his family. And I never asked. What did your private investigator have to say after 9? I'm not telling. Appraise. Stage for the talent. Pretty close to the floor. Guess the physical round table aspect of this place. Everyone's more or less on equal footing, fencing in the dark. Once you get past the bow to. Do you think they might have met here? David and Porter? I can't see David walking in. Has he found the walk so challenging? Because it's too loud to relax. I'm not dark enough to be anonymous. I see. What's that face? Got an opinion to share? The atmosphere's not bad in here, but the music isn't quite... I'll find you a server to fill out before we leave. What kind of music's an Android even want? Early 21st century punk rock. Is that just you, or does that go for all Android? I haven't met all Android. Can't speak for them. Wonder what they say. They're smart. They say that the music came from early 21st century punk rock. Makes sense. Who invited this kid? It's the appraise. A bar. Oh, she's appraising the menu? A bar stocked full of colorful sections. Busy bartender. Hope this isn't the kind of club you can order food. Only time bar permits anybody to be drunk enough to 15 gap to follow it. So you can, like, eat things. Yes, I can. But, like, Android food? There is no such product. So what do androids eat? Online users' guides for Noble's warm models clarify they don't eat anything of the traditional stuff. They get their energy from electrical charging, usually wireless. Whenever they quote-unquote need me, it's to replenish specific vitamins and electrolytes. Sounds a lot like what Mod used to go through. Their sports drink and energy bars. Charger separation society. According to the net, warm androids can ingest nutrient-rich processed carbohydrate pellets to they need to forego electrical charging long term. Processed pellets? You mean like kibble? Like dog food? No, it is not like dog food at all. You buy it from the pet store? It seems that you can. How is this something up anyway? Because I've always just eaten whatever father gave me. Like what? Marbled beef. Never hydroponic avocados. That never what? Oh, okay. Okay. Foie gras. That sort of thing. I am not paying for any of that. How do reading material gets left out in the club? A tabloid and exclusive sit-down with luxury. Heard her name on everyone's lips. Seen her face in magazines and commercials. And then double-checked to make sure the photos weren't labeled as edited. Now get all your burning questions about her answered to you. Her exclusive entry. Serious young woman. Meaningful, and perhaps the only unanimous the most beautiful woman in the world. Why the name? People think it's an ego thing, but it was just a random username I picked back when I was grassroots. Then it was a pseudonym to give me a little shade from all the attention. Not so grand. I can't change it without sending the stock market to a spin, so... You're certainly influential. After partnering with you, Inti saw 3,000%. Is it? Where'd it go? Oh my god, what? Okay, there we go. Oh, it's because I can. You're certainly influential. After partnering with you, Inti saw a 3,000% increase in share price. Yay! I'm happy for them. Of course, but to be honest, it's a pain at times like this. She gestures towards her clothes. Plain white t-shirt and a gym shorts with no branding visible. On anyone else, it might seem sloppy or even unflattering on her. It only makes her natural beauty stand out that much more. But who are you wearing, by the way? Can't wear anyone unless I'm attending something. If I don't dress like this, all my sponsors fall into bidding wars every time I leave the house. Does it stress you, all that attention? Stress is bad for your skin, right? You say mine's flawless. Can't argue with that. So do you have a skincare routine? Any tips you'd like to share? Be a little bratty. Act a little spoiled. Keeps you young. And how old are you exactly? Everyone's dying to know. 18 to 29. Now and forever. Don't get stuck on a cliffhanger like that. Hurry! Log in below so you can read the rest. Quickly! Time's running out! However how old she is or isn't, Luxury's got one hell of a mind for business. Might do a more good than that face. One hell of a face. In the meantime, she's... Some rise to too meteorically, and the Megs to grab their reins on. At this point, Luxury's got them at her mercy. She can send their stocks into a disarray with one selfie. Good for her. Okay, yeah. Oh, whoa! Hello? You are... How does your top stay on? Looks like he's killing time before he sets to him. Are you unsure how to proceed? I don't know. I'm sure that you need to hang back. As for me, I'll... Isaac Porter? What's up? My name's Morgan. I was David's friend. But right now I'm his lawyer. Can we talk? Depends. Were you a friend from work? No. Over here. Thanks, Isaac. That was quick. musician, bassist, likes itineraries, grilling, champagne, likes printing, producers, ads. The best at gift giving, worst at folding laundry. Me too. Favorite part, I don't do requests. No thank you. I might just sit here, jump my mouth, and stick with my tab. So what kind of lawyer are you? Kind of friend. I'm as the best attorney. Just the bus on that thing, you know? A friend that needs to know what happened yesterday. Listen, everyone. Try somewhere else. Some lawyer. I haven't seen him in weeks. You might not have seen him, but we both know that he spoke with him over the phone yesterday. Only a short time before he died. How the hell? I said, it's pretty obvious that you don't want to put the spotlight on him. So why don't we cut to the chase? No lies, no playing cold. Sarah. Yes, Adonai? Well? Nothing transmitting? I'm not streaming any data. The porter doesn't seem to recognize Sarah either. One more person at the table was I need to record everything for the court. Fine. You two were together. Is that correct? We were together. I ended it. Like that? Like that type of together? Oh. Yesterday. Care to elaborate? On our entire relationship? Oh, so they were like that. Okay. Okay. Look, you can tell me everything once, and I can get it on the record. Or I can hear the same questions over and over again from 1,000 different cops and Megs for the next 3 months. We've met in a bar. I had seen him come in a few times, each time with someone else. He stopped talking with his mouth, but not looking with his eyes. Ticked me off. Scribbling on napkins and letting his single gin and tonic sweat onto the table for 2 hours. Days while I'll go to the bathroom or take a call and slip out the back. One of them didn't make it in 10 minutes. Sorry, one of them didn't make it 10 minutes. He'd still sit there for the rest of the night, phased. I'd tell if he was oblivious or stupid or shameless or the most confident man in the world. Ticked me off. One night, things were going slow, and my set had been canceled. The date hadn't even bothered to think of it, failing so. I asked him why he'd insist on coming there, night after night. Just to ignore it happening. Wasn't interested in a shitty bar with tricks he didn't like. He just said, because I like your music. Wow. That's... He was throwing your work your way, buddy. What? Man, did that tick me off. It's cute early on. Being so passionate about work I could barely pretend to understand. And I like that we gave each other space, you know? I like being mature or whatever. Until there was no until. No one day where everything turned sour. But at some point, I started to understand where his priorities were. How I ranked them. Like I said, he was passionate about his work. I just wrongly assumed that he would also be that passionate about me at some point. This kind of sucked, man. Reminds me of this one, like this one photographer that ended up in a divorce. Because the piece that he was working on, where he would just take a photo of her, just walking out to work. So I pulled away a little. Wanted to see if he'd notice. He'd miss me. Testing him. That isn't the biggest red flag in the world. Never budged. I could ignore him for days and he wouldn't be the least bit ashamed to see me. If I picked a fight, he'd never get angry or upset. Just apologize. Didn't want to fight with me. Guess he was never invested enough to bother. It was my mistake. I watched him sit there all those nights, not giving a shit when people walked away, and still I had the stupid idea that somehow, for whatever reason, I would be different. That I would be special. Wasn't. had everything prepared to think the best of the system was bad or whatever. How was that? The day before? Jesus Christ. He answered. First ring. Without hesitation, Jane or awkwardness. That ticked me off. So I told him exactly how valued he had made me feel the past few months. I told him exactly how insignificant I felt as the boyfriend of the illustrious Dr. David assured. So what did he say? Apologized. Then he asked me if that was all I called to tell him. That's... Yo. You had this type of language? You are insane. What? What? That's so nutty. Woof. I hung up after that. Spent the rest of the night wrapped in warm disdain for him and his coldness. He made that easy for me. I went to sleep hurt, clean, ready for something new. And then this morning I wake up to see that my ex killed himself about 2 hours later after he let me walk out of his life without so much as a don't. The hell, man. What the hell, David? And now, here's just the tip of an iceberg of lawyers and reporters and buzzers. Parasites who want to hear about the man who sent David Schur over the edge. I never wanted to be his last lifeline, the straw that broke his back. I just wanted to be his goddamn boyfriend. Turns out that was asking for too much. It's yet to be determined whether David committed suicide. You serious? You don't have all the facts. And you do. And you don't point to anything else. Thought so. Thanks for your time. I'll let you get back to it. That's it? No summons? Reporters, no need for you to retell a sad story like that. The court, huh? Sorry to bother your work. Sarah, let's go.
Your discography is very impressive.
Yeah, thanks.
And your range is remarkable. So pained to see that all your works in the last quarter have been so melancholy.
Do you have a RYM account, Sarah?
I think...
What the hell would you know about any of that? What's the matter? Can't find the words? Steal them from somewhere first? Butcher them before shooting them back out?
I was not trying to any data sets, but...
Yeah, pardon me. I'm mistaken. What is this shrill? It's your fault you're only saying it because rich nerds were allowed to rob the whole world blind for most of the century. Sarah, we're leaving. What the hell was that about?
It was under the false impression that I was programmed using a massive automated learning model.
In early 20... Bro thought she was ChatGPT. Not that. Why did you talk to him?
I wanted to. I just felt that I should say something.
A word of advice. People don't want comfort from strangers. Especially when they're androids. They want it from the people they want it from. Coming from anywhere else is just corn syrup on a parched tongue. Doesn't matter how sweet it is. They'll just start gagging.
You know a lot about people, don't you, Adonai?
Fair to you? I'm a goddamn savant. Come on. There's not much time.
There's still somewhere you want to investigate?
Somewhere I need to return to. Porter was right. As things stand, I don't have any evidence that could establish an alternate. But if there did exist hard evidence that could prove his death wasn't a suicide, only one place I could find it What would that be?
The basement. Sure you don't want another look at the crime scene?
I'm all out of time. Gotta approach this from the other angle.
The other angle.
You know, inductive versus deductive. Flip the chessboard. Say that again, and all that. Morgan's Curie posting? Haven't you ever read a mystery novel?
I've seen mystery films.
Let's see if you paid any attention then. What killed David Asher? 10 points.
There's a point system?
Now, how did that poison get into his bloodstream?
He must have ingested it orally.
How do we know that?
The medical examiner found no injection marks.
If he had inhaled it.
Inhaled it? Why?
Leave the whys to someone who actually understands them.
I won't be able to understand anything if I don't practice.
Practice by answering my question.
I suppose it's possible, but highly unlikely. Would have found a delivery system for it in the building, like an inhaler.
Right. An airborne poison is either shoved in your face or sprayed over a wide area. No one around David has shown any kind of symptoms. Well, all we're left is the oral intake.
Eliminating him. What's next, Adonai?
Lewis corroborated his statement that David didn't exhibit any irregular symptoms or behavior until he started drinking them. And the police didn't find anything unusual in any of the food drink in his home.
Except for his cup. The results were inconclusive.
Young was drinking from the same bottle with the same type of cup, but didn't get sick. We have to conclude then that David's cup alone poisoned.
That all seems logical. Consistent with the police's theory of suicide. So why are we down here?
To see what he was trying to get from, or at least to see what, like, gaps were, left out from the time period he went down to get the drink. Minus 10 points.
Back to 0.
David left the parlor and came back with whiskey in 2 cups. Young told us as much, and apparently the cameras upstairs support her story.
You have to conclude then. Not them both from this bar?
Better. 5 points. You're proud of that? Did he also get the poison from the cabin?
Police have been in here since we left. According to their ARCS file, didn't find anything that matches poison down here.
So the poison somehow went straight into the drinking cup then? I need to flip this around again.
If you turn something back to...
If I were the prosecution, what would I want more than anything? Proof that David knowingly added the poison himself. The capsule? Like his fingerprints on it?
You wouldn't do that.
And you can make that claim because there's no video evidence to contradict you. How long was David off camera? Oh, I guess he's talking about the cameras.
From 7:36 to 7:40 p.m. He left the parlor to get liquor from the bar.
So if we had David on camera for those 4 minutes, and he didn't poison himself in that time,
He would have a perfect alibi for the crime.
proving his innocence.
But Adonai, we don't have footage of that. There are no security cameras down here.
I think there are. You do?
What do you mean?
This whole building is coded head to toe in penumbra security systems, courtesy of Noble. Every console, every corner, every android on every floor, it's all plugged into penumbra. Except that.
That panel is...
Manufactured by Cottage Security Systems. Why would David put a console for a different security system in exactly one corner of his penthouse?
I've never given it much thought.
Is this going to be something she's going to be able to hack it? Well, it's been bothering me all day. My curiosity alone can't scale a 64-digit wall. tried it before.
It is illegal and unnecessary. Father,
If you lied to the cops,
he would not have installed hidden cameras in his own home.
it's his home. What? At the end of the day, I can't make you do anything. Well, actually, I probably can now that you're registered. Aren't you the one who wanted to prove his innocence?
Eliminate the impossible. I will need your express verbal command.
Not like David can press charges against us at this point. Do it. Did you really need me to say that?
For the purpose of record keeping, yes. I've gotten past the 64-digit code, and I have found cameras. There are a number of them embedded in the room's wall and ceiling.
Oh, it's not on just the terminal. Okay.
As you theorized, they're on a separate network from the rest of the building.
Where are they feeding to? Not the penumbra system.
Behind my hibernation unit.
A false wall in the back of a safe.
I don't understand. Why would Father possibly a system of cameras inside his own home?
Beats me. He was brilliant, and more than a little odd. Throwing a little money and odd becomes eccentric.
I see. I think?
I don't. What was he thinking? What was he afraid of?
Why didn't he come to me for...
Sure. Gather facts now and leave the computation for later. The liquor cabinet is a mystery. Police have been through it all by now. They didn't find any foreign contents of any of the spirits. The poison did not here. Well, not that kind of poison. In which case, can it make you anything?
Well, if you're offering, I'll have...
Sorry, you're way underage, aren't you? 2 years old or whatever?
Technically.
Can she even drink? You know... Took that one a lot longer than I expected. Cheer up. Maybe you'll find a moxie if you climb up to the top of the ladder.
This is a rolling ladder. Kind of step ladder.
Not a ladder. No, the sequel to... The sequel to the step ladder versus ladder. This is... My god. I did not think we'd be back to this.
What? Remember, a ladder extends, but a step ladder folds out.
And?
It's important to know the distinction.
I'll bet my life savings that this subject will never come up again. Ever. It will. It absolutely... What did David even do with all this equipment? Buy his laundry?
What makes you so sure he wasn't exercising?
Look at him. Did you ever see him use any of this crap?
No. But he must have used the weights when I wasn't looking. He promised me that they better take care of his health.
Sarah, these weights are all maxed out. David couldn't have put up numbers like that even if he was piloting a frame.
Don't be so sure, Adonai.
Pardon?
The following is a true story, based on primary sources who were present for the event and its aftermath. Copenhagen, 1981. 8:10 a.m. local time. A towering man with the musculature of a world-class professional rugby player enters the global donkey bank on Fredericksburg Lane. He explains to the bank teller that he has a bomb in his suitcase, and that he wants his gym bag filled with unmarked goods. Security guard approaches him from behind with a nightstick and swings. The man simply catches the weapon and bends it into a twisted knot with his massive dinner plate thumbstick. When asked to describe the suspect to the police afterwards, the teller had only this to say: that man was all muscle. The rest of the bank has, without incident, the man exits the building just as the police arrive on the scene, and suddenly, the suitcase explodes. But it's just a smoke screen. Local officers quickly recognize the ploy and rush towards the door, having each the hostages while desperately searching for the perpetrator. But to find instead, is a diminutive, frail, cheapish young man, barely 160 centimeters tall, holding a gym bag full of money. No recollection of how we got there.
What?
Renowned Dr. Psychologist and trained hypnotist Dr. Werner Kurtzer wrote the following in his diagnosis. Acute dissociative identity disorder. That's right. The man had a split personality. So great was the disparity between his two halves from his control. Physically changed, becoming taller, bulkier, capable of previously unthinkable feats of strength. I know this is probably not real, but I'm gonna still look up that name anyway. See.
Okay, no.
Figures. But be careful what you say like father can't do. Just because of how he looks on the outside.
Sarah, every single word you just said was false. Huh? Don't believe everything you read on that. So was that the original?
It was a praise and confirmed to be genuine.
At least it didn't get ripped off. But Felicity when it comes to this kind of stuff. What does Android see?
I see a meeting. Or perhaps an encounter. Two ignorant horses meeting. Two kings of the forest. A stag and I think.
Right. No fish like less cultured than the robot. Oh, crack, yeah. Doy. What's the story with this anyway? Some kind of fault in the foundation?
I don't know. I've never noticed that crack before.
Might want to get those eyes checked.
There's nothing wrong with my vision. The crack must be completed during my most recent.
Ow. Even drop the weight? A bunch of times, over and over in the same spot. Alright, let's refocus here. So there's some kind of hidden door behind your bunk bed, huh?
Essentially, well, bunk bed with my second or third.
How do we open it?
1 moment. I see.
Got it open already? I cannot open this door. Why?
It's a Tethys basic Sturdiker.
That anti-hack feature in the name is real?
Closed system, Adonai.
What am I supposed to do now?
Strange. There was an if-then toggle enabled in the security grid.
I don't follow.
When Father last adjusted the settings here, the gates of the door would never open so long as I was hibernating.
It is so that I was the wake her up. Or that only I can open?
There'll be a 6-character password. Combination of numbers or letters. Did you and Father have any influential moments in your life that revolved around a letter word?
Nothing comes to mind. There a code word that I could learn? There was. I'm just gonna type her name.
M-O-R-G. Was that your name you just tried?
It's 6 characters, isn't it?
Yes, but it's not exactly secure, Adonai. Anyone who knew you and Father were close would have tried guessing it.
Pretty much everyone just calls me Morgan. But not everyone. Ah, fuck! What's the... No dice. It'd be your birthday, or... God damn it, she doesn't even update her profile. What are we good for then? People said the password is something as dumb as that, I'd never forget. As you say, Adonai. No, he would have picked the code whose significance was only obvious after the fact. Oh! I'm taking a multiple choice test, Sarah. Either I know the answer or I don't. Let's see. You know the answer, Adonai? I'm getting... Ugh. Don't get discouraged, Adonai. Oh, I can feel it on the tip. So... What, now you climb up? Thought some quiet might help us all. Okay, so... Is it unique? No. What the hell is it then? Download? No, it isn't even. Oh god, we're gonna be here for a while, aren't we? Ugh. Not lawyer, is it? If it's lawyer, I swear to god. Okay, no, it isn't. I'm supposed to be so mad. So... It has to be related between her and him. What the hell would that be? Ethics? No, it's not ethics either. Not the class that they went to. I'm... What's that? Not thinking. Just all die. So it's something related to us. It's also related to him. How the fuck am I supposed to know that? Oh no. It's looking dire here. It's really gonna just be I don't know. Motherfucker! Bastard! Bastard! I hate you. I hate you. Die, David! Die! 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 I fucking hated you. I hated you for all the time I've ever known. You suck so bad. I hate you. I hate you so much. You gonna make the connection between us and Sarah? You... Oh, motherfucker. I should have tried that earlier. Should have tried that earlier.
It's opening. What was the password, Adonai?
You'd never guess. Yeah. I feel a bit out of character, David utilizing so much cloak and dagger tech. And I've definitely been struggling with the idea of him doing some home. But one step in here, and it all makes sense. Panic room.
Scary.
Panic room is a place for rich people to hide in when they start bouncing bricks on them. They're typically not even on the blueprints.
So when Noble built this planet, or one of their executives,
Someone slipped this into things, and it's remained in Noble's blind spot ever since. All David had to do was repurpose it. Make sure you're capturing all this. I don't want to miss out. I don't want to miss my one chance for discovery technology.
I understand. If you need to specify, my memory is flawless. I can play back visuals, sounds, sensations. I can even give detailed reports on airport.
You mean you can smell?
Better than any human. Some canines.
So does it smell stale in here?
Stale.
Listen to me. Someone's been almost like someone who visits you. Alright, let's try booting up the computer.
Nothing the console's password protected.
2 physical doors, a 64-digit code, a half-ton android, and a secret phrase. If David set up a password on his PC after all that, I'm going back to the morgue to have a word with it. Good, it's already signed in.
You're looking for the camera footage.
I'd also settle for a note plainly stating that he feared for his life. What am I doing? Here, you search for the video files. They'll probably be timestamped and formatted for short-range devices.
have the subfolder. Cameras stream live data constantly. Files are clipped at fairly regular intervals. Once every week. The most recent video file here, footage going back 8 days. It was accessed yesterday at around 4 p.m.
You were asleep then. So the only person who could get in here at that time is David himself. Alright, let's see then.
Of course. It's just that I am having difficulty.
Try double click.
I've been trying to open the files from the moment I discovered them, Adonai. But they are encrypted.
You leave me enough clues to get this far, but you won't let me use your computer? A brand on the encryption program. If I rush a subpoena, they might have a backdoor I could bluff them into.
Its files were not encrypted with any commercially available tool. It appears to be Father's own work.
Yeah. Shit. If David Assure handwrote the encryption on these files, there's no one alive who could, except for you? Hey, was Dodge just flattering you though? Or is your processing power really that special?
Adonai,
Can you break his encryption? Yes or no?
with enough time.
How much time would that be?
I would estimate it at 2 to 6 hours.
A 4-hour window.
No matter how sophisticated, encryption is still just a code that must be deciphered. And when deciphering any code, progress proceeds exponentially. It makes it particularly difficult to determine the amount of time required to complete the process.
2 to 6 hours. I don't have any better options. Get started.
I started 4 minutes and 20 seconds ago.
Finally showing some initiative. Have you been talking to me this whole time?
I have the ability to analyze data in parallel by utilizing conscious processes, so long as the work required is rote.
So you're doing it in the back of your head.
Actually, I'm speaking to you in the back of my head. I could give the process my full undivided attention, but I would become non-responsive.
It's a pretty good feature. Let's keep that in mind. Yeah, why? Alright, take the show on the road, or do you have to rip this computer out of the wall and find a battery?
I have copied the encrypted files and will work on them as we travel. You can leave whenever you're ready.
Still can't believe David let me get this far just to shut the door in my face at the last second. But he did let me get this far. The computer's not the only thing. Cabinets are a lot less eye-catching than the but knowing David, it's all the more reason to check. Lots of paperwork. Bonds and holdings. A platinum bar? His birth certificate might be nearly as valuable. I can't imagine what people would pay to steal David Assure's identity. Down here at the bottom, binder. With a logo on the front. Middle. Enough pages to dwarf one of those phone books. They're masking it in legalese on the table. Basically, this is his employment contract. Hold on a second.
Must be very important, giving it to me.
Certainly very heavy.
Is there anything else in there?
Expecting an updated copy of his will to show up?
It is a possibility, isn't it?
Maybe in a corny old murder mystery.
Widely beloved genre, over a century ago.
There is something else. Your papers.
An Evangelion Morgan giving me immediate and complete ownership of the android I designated Sarah.
Stated to had he already made up his mind about all of this? Why'd he hide this where no one else could find it? Was I just a backup plan? Well, at least we've got something a bit more concrete than Starling's word now.
words should be plenty, shouldn't it?
Not enough people realize how precious you are. Aww. As a collector's item. Or you just completely ruined her look there. You got to meet one person who knows what the hell you are. But Noble could have easily argued that you fall under private technology or physical holdings. Unless I had something like that.
Good that you do then. Glad that father wanted me to go with a friend of his.
Yeah. It's like gonna be a huge tax write-off when I donate you to a for-profit college.
Could at least pick a charitable institution.
It's just an old saying. All colleges have been for-profit since the 60s.
That doesn't make me feel any better.
You can cheer up in the car. Yeah, let's ride to the courthouse. Priority.
There is an upcharge at this hour for priority transport.
But I'd like to have more than just a few minutes to prepare once we get there.
The upcharge is a multiplier of 5.7. Yeah.
I'll prepare on the way over.
Very good, Adonai.
That's so irritating.
Doesn't excite you? Going into courtrooms.
What do you mean?
You don't feel the tension in the air as the audience murmurs amongst themselves. You feel a fiery sense of justice, right? Rising in your gut as the prosecution smirks at your ragtag assembly of witnesses.
Do you really think this is gonna be some kind of movie where the good guys save the day?
Probably not. But that would be nice if it were.
Sergio. Did David train you off a movie marathon from hell or something?
We did watch films together, if that's what you're asking. But he was rarely the one who suggested it.
So you were the aggressor. What's an android get out of watching a flick anyway?
What do I get?
Why do you do it? What's your reason?
Not sure how to answer your question.
Never mind. Forgot what I was talking to.
I like the performances.
Sure, there you go. Got a question, Humphrey Bogart or something? Who? Humphrey Bogart. Back when headshots still had, like, cigarettes as their primary thing.
The handsome man.
He's alright for his time, yeah. But it's not the actors I
like so much as their performance. The truth is, besides father, I have very little experience when it comes to people.
had noticed.
I read the net, and I watch people and what they share of their lives. But it's also subtle, so hard to follow. There's so many unspoken rules. Only learn. I often struggle to grasp them. They're also complex.
Whoa, what is this?
The characters on screen are exaggerated, larger than life. The actors enunciate, body language is precise, and simple. Their faces are bright and are softly lit, and their eyes are fiction. Characters in their stories have a beginning, middle, and end. The people on screen don't ask anything of you except your attention. You can't just make them feel awkward. Watch and learn. But what about you, Adonai?
What about me?
Do you like movies?
Yeah, sure. Back when I was a kid.
Huh? Really? Who's your favorite director? What was your favorite film?
A long time ago. I don't remember. You're such a joy kill. So let her have this. Oh my god. Okay. Since we're finally reaching the courtroom worship, I'm gonna use this time to take a break. When we'll be back, we're gonna be marathoning through this shit. I'm just gonna go ahead and grab something. Drink. We'll be right back. Feel free to take a bathroom break. Or grab a snack for yourself, all that. It's gonna be quite a while before I get back. So, I'll be right back. Alright, we are back. If you couldn't tell by my break length, I went down to my convenience store. Wonder what I got. Among other things, a drink. Cargo gummies. Open. It's so fried, y'all. Oh, I just meant to open it. Okay, well, there we go. It's open now. Regardless, we are back and we're ready to get going and going. Alright. Boom! Things are quieter than I expected. Courthouse. Well, I've always felt courthouse is a bit of a misnomer. Government building is probably the best way to describe these towers. All-encompassing and impenetrably big. 100 floors of officials, documents, and paper pushing. A couple dozen courtrooms squeezed in. Didn't think I'd be arguing in court when I wrote. Think that my friend would be dead. That he'd thrust an android onto my lap either. You'd just walk in there and concede. Emma would be irritated. I'm more than a little confused, but I could play it off as an exercise in grief. She answered a complaint, loudly of course, but I wouldn't have to listen to it. Now that it's registered my name, I could probably just order the damn thing to reset its memory. What a cold way to look at things. But I haven't done that. And I guess I don't plan to. Why? It must be because I have my suspicions as well. Sarah insists that David would never commit suicide. I haven't actually stopped to ask myself whether or not I agree. David was rational, subdued, private, hard on himself. And not prone to emotional outbursts. So maybe that's why I'm finding myself outside a courtroom, prepared to human and add suspicions before the set for the state. Because I don't really believe he killed himself either. What's your progress bar at? I can confirm that I am making progress. Oh shit, let's not get ahead of ourselves. But it would be difficult to summarize progress in terms of a person. Give it your best shot anyway. 4%. Are you feeling confident in your... Markedly less so, after hearing that. I think the judge will be amenable to your argument. What are you talking about? You know the judge we've been assigned. Are they particularly strict? Adjudants are always a coin flip, so... You do know what an adjutant is. Are you expected to see a bearded old man with a robe and gavel when we get in here? So on the nose with the reference to Ace Attorney. Should I not? Adjudants are android judges, okay? The authority, with all the authority that entails. Let's see what that means. Adjudants are automated dependents that preside over trials for the state. While most adjudants are designed and sold as software, and then loaded onto courthouse-specific hardware, including Android bodies, they can interpret trial proceedings and render judgment based entirely on stenographer records, ruling on cases in an entirely digital capacity. Reviews of adjudants by third parties have shown that they are overwhelmingly more equitable and ever-handed in their sense judges. Because they cannot be bribed or intimidated, adjudants are especially preferred for more cases involving organized crime or corporate misconduct. Adjudants, this feels like a hashtag ad. I'm waiting to scroll down to the bottom and just see the hashtag ad. Adjudants use a ninefold personality engram for rendering their judgments and building senses, known as the nonary system among software engineers. Say that again? Because each of these 9 personas are constructed by a different think tank from across the political spectrum. Ideological contamination in adjudant units is practically impossible. There have been a small number of reported cases where nonary processing has borne particularly enthusiastic or eccentric personas, presumably in an unorthodox, if not effective, attempt to reconcile particularly disparate opinions across their 9 constituent personalities with a single, authoritative, loud voice. Okay. With the state's court backlog essentially cleared for the past half-decade, questions arose as to the continued need for adjudants lighting the judicial system's human resource burden, but Senate Investigative Committee 74JD91 determined that removing adjudants from the legal system would be prohibitively expensive at this point. Well, that's good. Now let's clear up the evidence here just to make sure that we can sort through when the time comes.
I am surprised to hear that people are willing to accept rulings by automated dependents.
Rulings come from landmark-based courts. Those are passed out by actual judges, real people, decades of study and experience. But not every eviction case or traffic ticket that ends up in court requires years of legal experience, or legal expertise. Sometimes all you need is a referee and a sentencing algorithm.
So, androids are used to reduce caseload?
Been that way for decades.
But how was a law that replaced judges ever enforced? Wouldn't there be injunction? Stalling?
Judges did fight it for years, at every level, and in every theater. The public lost their patience for that kind of obstruction during the 60s. The state needed to shred budgets from across the board. And so, judges that couldn't be replaced by years of legal battles were instead ushered into early retirement by the unrelenting force of our great nation's account.
And it's not controversial having machines determine sentencing of human beings.
Whatever controversy there is, it gets aimed at the machines, not the people who put them. And the machines can't lose sleep over it. Besides, it used to be that even the most high-profile of crimes wouldn't get a court date until weeks or months later. Nowadays, most crimes are prosecuted within a single business week.
And that's not rushing things?
It keeps people in mind line work on their toes, that's for sure.
I'm just surprised to hear that there's so much pace.
Don't they teach you about classical conditioning in Android school? Android school. You gotta feed the dog immediately after you ring the bell. If punishment doesn't follow the crime in quick succession, the lesson doesn't stick.
I see. But if adjudants are so effective, why aren't they used in every trial? Why aren't they used in politics?
That's a logical question to ask.
And the answer is?
That logic only gets you so far when it comes to people.
Doesn't everyone want the courts to be as just as possible? Adjudants are truly impartial and incorruptible.
Everyone wants justice, sure. But there are other considerations to be had.
Such as?
Disgust.
What?
That's all people really care about. what all their morals boil down to is what they do or don't find disgusting. Only problem is, everything's more palatable when viewed through a screen. So when everyone sees the world through AR and cameras, and no one ever gets dirt under their fingernails, you'd be surprised what you can get away with.
I don't understand.
Yeah, well, therein lies the problem. Huh. We're finally reaching this part, wow. Huh. I am so stoked for this. Just a preliminary hearing, huh? Wouldn't know it from the look on her face. I wonder what the judge looks like. Is it just gonna be like just somebody face or something? But I shouldn't have expected any leeway once you step into the courtroom. Not with her.
That's the adjutant up there? Did it sleep?
Oh. She's low-key dripped the fuck out. Rev? For 84? It's loading.
It needs to load?
Don't be rude. Not every ad can afford to be decked out as extravagantly as, especially not those the state buys in bulk.
There's an audience.
You mean the gallery? That's nothing. It could have been a lot worse. Word of any trial in the case of David Assure's death must have spread like wildfire. Even a mock trial like this. Detectives like Reyes or London would get chewed out for leaking the press. The uniformed officers had little to lose, and a lot to gain by dropping a text lyrics into friends in the media. And then there are the corporate plans. Interns. Preferably ones with modded eyes. It's illegal to film inside a courtroom, but this is the year 2086. Things are gonna get out one way or another. I don't like having my face. I don't like attention in general. But I'm not a coward that I'd skip David's funeral just because there were paparazzi outside. My pretty little likeness is going to end up in the background of some tabloid photograph one way or another if I get out of this mess. At least this way. It's decent marketing for my legal services.
What will happen once the adjutant finishes loading? How will the trial proceed?
With all those films you watch, I'd figure that you could extrapolate.
I am asking so as to correct any misconceptions.
Well, not everything you saw on the silver screen is updated. The court will come to an order. There will be a clarification of the charges. The defense enters a plea. If it's not guilty, the prosecution begins making their case.
That means calling witnesses to the stand, correct?
Mostly. Sometimes they'll testify virtually from a separate location. Depends on the security concerns surrounding a particular individual.
What do you do then? Sit here and watch?
Not if I want to get there. I cross-examine witnesses after the prosecution's been questioned. If I present evidence or witnesses of my own response, as long as I have discovery backing me.
You said that before. Discovery means...
Just that I can't pull stuff out of my pockets and present it without any kind of confidence. I have to have proof that I acquired it legally during the course of my investigation. Most of the time, that means having recordings or witnesses that can verify my investigation.
Which I can provide.
You didn't think I was letting you tag along because I liked you, did you?
And the jury?
I don't see where they would sit. I'm pretty sure that's the personas that the adjutant has. The jury hasn't sat in the actual courtroom for years now. They have their own chambers, where they watch a feed of the trial's proceedings in anonymity. Oh, okay.
And that's not an issue? Though people want to look someone in the eye before passing judgment on them?
You got an old-fashioned sense of justice, don't you? There's no jury at a preliminary hearing yet. It's only meant to evaluate whether or not the prosecution has enough evidence to go to trial. A mere formality, today's game. With tools like optics and arcs, there's never any shortage of evidence to work with. So all you have to do today is convince the adjutant. Easier said than done. Adjutants lean heavily towards evidence over arguments. And right now, all the evidence suggests that David killed himself. If it's going to be an uphill battle, I can't afford to stumble. I need to focus on establishing an alternate interpretation of the facts, and it needs to be solid. But I don't have a suspect, or even a motive for killing David. Yet. Anyway, I'll need to be sharp. Emma doesn't play nice enough for me to be anything less. I think it's waking up. Does it have to do that with their hands? Oh shit. This third lower court is now in session. Adjutant AD underscore 84 preside. I call to order the case of People versus Assure. Do the people wish to make an opening statement? No, Your Honor. No point in bothering when it's just the adjutant thing. Very well. Do the defense wish to make an opening statement? Not at this time, Your Honor. Might as well ring the bell and get the shit show started. If neither the people nor the defense wish to make an opening statement, then it falls to me to set the stage. My model name is Adjutant. My unit designation code is AD underscore 84. I am a machine, an automated dependent, and I serve the state by presiding over trials. You might find yourself wondering, why? What gives a machine the right to judge a human? A fair question, but the answer is simple. In every culture, in every society, no matter how it is worshipped, enshrined or deified, justice has one defining quality. Justice is beautiful. That is like a balanced equation, like the golden ratio, like the Vitruvian man. Justice is beautiful. So, what gives me the right? This gorgeous plot. Whatever. Forget it. Forget I said anything. I was trying to lighten the mood, but I can see everyone hates me. Do the trial without me. They're guilty, or whatever. Your Honor. Wait, what the flip? This defendant's already dead. Why are we doing this? Is this a debug thing? Because I'll log the error if I need to. No. Your Honor, this is a preliminary hearing to determine whether David Assure did in fact commit suicide as he... I get it. You want to make sure he wasn't cuckooing the cranium before you cut up his will like a T-bone. I didn't realize that adjustments were so... lively. They aren't. They're supposed to be austere and statuesque. Looks like we got served the most in need of repairs that you in the court system could find. Whatever papers were she wrote to get this trial going must have wanted a little payback for the kindness. What's that look for? Could it be you're trying to size me up? Wouldn't dream of it, Your Honor. Good. Because if you have doubts about my ability to run this trial, I could always just enact summary judgment here and now. I'm sure you'd find my ruling to be fair and even-handed. That won't be necessary, Your Honor. She's much more of a character than I'm used to seeing up there, and counting all the flesh and blood judges I'd met. But she is still just an adjutant. She'll follow the evidence where it leads. So as long as I can make a few adjustments for the occasional outburst from the bench. My plan's still workable. And how do you feel about this, miss? So, people, shall we get started with that first witness? Oh, look. That's supposed to be 8084. Right away, Your Honor. The people call Dr. Yumi Sato to the stand. Hey! It's Yumi. Hey. So how about it, pretty lady? You swear to tell the whole and unadulterated truth to the best of your ability? I do. Good enough for me. Dr. Sato, you were in charge of the autopsy for David Sher, were you not? I was. And when did you make your examination? I started last night. Well, technically 1 a.m. would be very early this morning. I think you can still say last night if you're talking about 1 in the morning. Objection! The defense will have their opportunity to cross-examine. Until then, they should refrain from making errant remarks. The hell? All I said was... Yeah, what she said. Are you just an instigator? You mean sustain? Don't get cute with me, counselor. Oh, why my chip? What the fuck? What do you say fuck me for? Wait, I should have saved. Oh shit, I should have saved. I can save, right? Yes, okay. Just to be sure. Being cute is my job. God damn. He barely gotten started. That seemed pretty bad. Adonai, blind and -1. Making mistakes will increase your blind. Blind is how much credit you'll lose for answering incorrectly when you yourself aren't controlling the ante. Okay. Blind increments on its own throughout the trial as the stakes get higher, but resets at the end of each day. Blind starts at and caps out at a higher number if you're playing in high roller. Mind the blind number in the top left when it appears. It helps you gauge what you stand to lose. We should try to avoid being penalized in the future. Thanks for the tip. Shake it off. I'll get my chance to raise objections of my own soon enough. Dr. Sato, were you able to determine the cause of death? He passed away due to respiratory failure. Could you explain what that means to the court? Essentially, he wasn't getting enough oxygen in his blood. It seems by the time he arrived at the hospital, he was no longer breathing. What does respiratory failure look like? What are the symptoms? There would be lightheadedness, dizziness, fainting, pale skin, and a bluish tinge around certain extremities. And the condition he was in matched those symptoms? Correct. In your experience, what are the most common causes of respiratory failure? It can be caused by injury or disease, but the subject has no wounds or reported illnesses, and otherwise appear to be perfectly healthy. And what else would cause respiratory failure? It is also commonly seen in fatal drug overdoses. Drug overdoses? Did you perform a tox screen on Dr. Asher? Yes, but its tox screen came back clean. Whatever killed him, it wasn't something we've encountered before. Wait, a clean tox screen? Clean. Dialogue will proceed automatically during testimony. You can still choose to advance text manually with continue. Huh? You'll need to read carefully and wait for the witness to make a statement that sounds wrong. Then hit the call button to call their bluff. Hover over the call button or toggle on Insight to focus on the claims within a witness statement. Insight can be disabled in settings. Testimony will loop until you call. Okay. Can't let this chance slip by. I need to catch her mistake the second it comes out of her mouth. Okay, let's see. David's contract. An upright contract. Subject passed away due to respiratory. Essentially, he wasn't getting enough oxygen into his blood. He would have experienced lightheadedness, dizziness, and then fainting. As the subject was held, the respiratory failure must be attributed to drug overdose. But when a tox screen was run at the hospital, it came back clean. It was puzzling to say the least. Nothing she said just now doesn't make sense. I have evidence that I can quantify the direct context to have to present it. That one is reversible. The bottle of whiskey is an important, but was it the knocked over cup? Respiratory. Respiratory failure, unknown subject, bloodstream, partial 20 milligrams. What the hell is this tox screen? What? WTH's tox screen. Send attending physicians back to med school. No apologies to attending physicians. These meetings are a nightmare. Oh, David's. David's contract, the knocked over cup, and the oxygen. Oh no, the whiskey. Passed away due to respiratory. Right? That's correct. Essentially, he wasn't getting enough oxygen into his blood. I think that's correct. We've experienced lightheadedness and dizziness, fainting. As the subject was healthy, the respiratory failure must be attributed to drug overdose. But when a tox screen was run at the hospital, it came back clean. Just puzzles. Okay. Let's lock the fuck in. choosing to call on the statement, you respond with evidence. Look over the 3 cards that show up. Confirm your card before the timer runs out. That is, open your mouth without thinking, huh? There's only room for one airhead in this room, and it's not you. Oh. It's me. Of course, Your Honor. The whiskey. You're joking, right? Try to keep things light. It's scabbing. Overruled. What's the hint here? I have to be really careful. Oh, the upright cup. Not David's cup. Let's read back on. What's it called? Upright cup. It should have been whiskey, right? Yeah, what? It's impossible for David Assure's talk screen to be clean, and we all know it. Since he was on camera drinking alcohol the whole night when he died. That makes sense. I'm so stupid, I didn't factor that in. And that scared you? The witness merely misspoke, Your Honor. As it plainly states on the tox report itself, Dr. Assure did have alcohol in his blood, but not at such a concentration as to be lethal. Yeah, my bad. When I said the tox stream was clean, I just meant I didn't tell the attending physicians anything they didn't already know. Yeah. Libra self-assigned? It's a win. What do you mean raw self? You can't eat, can you? Oh, whatever. Overall, a little more nitpicky than I like to be, but at least I was able to balance the momentum, more or less. Shall we continue, Dr. Sato? If the tox screens were negative for the pharmaceuticals and drugs, what caused Dr. Assure's respiratory failure?
During my autopsy, I analyzed his blood and was able to isolate a foreign compound. So there was a lethal dose of a drug inside his body. It just happened to be a drug that the hospital had never encountered before. That's correct. I think we're all going to get tired pretty fast if we don't at least pick a placeholder name for the substance, Your Honor. The people don't object, Your Honor. In that case, I'll put all my creative heuristics to work coming up with an original, scientific, fitting name for this substance. A name like Omega. Omega-3! That name is already taken. Fine. Call it Delta or whatever. Delta. It's in science to denote an unknown variable. Not bad. Delta has other meanings when it comes to drugs. But yeah, what other meanings? But yeah, our Delta matches no known public pharmacology or toxicology record. That being said, chemically, it does have all the marks of a general depressant. I know the feeling. It stands to reason that it would exhibit a similar effect on the body when ingested. You say ingested. Why? I eliminated all other possibilities during my examination of the body. He must have swallowed it, and judging from his stomach contents, it must have been illegal. Thank you, Dr. Sato. Shall I summarize things for the court? Yes, please. I wasn't listening that closely. The victim died of respiratory failure. And his tox screen showed that his blood was clear of anything that could cause respiratory failure. Except for this unknown substance, the poison we've labeled Delta. Well, that sounds like a textbook suicide. Should we wrap it up here? Not quite yet, Your Honor. This may clearly be a poisoning. There's at least one detail about this case that doesn't feel like a suicide at all. A suicide or not? That's the case. Perhaps you should give the defense the opportunity to cross-examine. Unless they're going to insist on testifying themselves. How kind of you to offer. Falls in my court now. So how do I counter? Emma's argument basically goes as follows. David ingested... Oh, man. We're playing blackjack! What? What? Oh. I need to DM this to my friend right now. He died of respiratory failure. Thus, David committed suicide. During blackjack, every piece of information you learn deals you a card. Choose the only questions that are logical and relevant, and only press if you think a line of questioning is worth continuing. Or else you will bust and lose credit. Select the press option to see what the follow-up question would be. You can only win blackjack when you reach exactly 21. Sure. So don't press further if you're already there. And don't ask the wrong questions.
By cross-examination, I need to put a microscope over the weakest part of the argument. Hope that some cracks will appear under pressure. Under pressure. How do I say that? Suicide. Dr. Sato, you said that the subject had to have adjusted the delta orally, but how sure can we actually be about that? Are you sure? I mean, I could go into detail about all the avenues that I checked. But how sure can we be that the subject ingested the delta knowingly? Well, we can't be sure of that. Certainly not just from an autopsy. You said it must have been a liquid gas. Would it have been a larger one? Depends on the concentration of the delivery solution. It could have been just a drop. That kind of thing could easily go unnoticed, yes? Pause for speculation, Your Honor? Drawn. Aw, man. I wanted to jump on her case. Possible that he actually died from something other than respiratory failure? Well, no, not really. We could argue and speculate about what caused the respiratory failure, but it is, in fact, a fact that he died because his heart and lungs stopped working. Right, thank you. Dr. Sato, you were only able to even identify the presence of this delta after hours of work. Can you really be sure that this never-before-seen chemical can cause respiratory failure? Well, I have had time to run simulations, and they do give every indication that it would act as a depressant. Ingest enough of any depressant and respiratory failure would occur. I guess we have nothing to do but here. You've ran simulations. You haven't tested delta on an actual person? No, I haven't. That would be very difficult to do given our extremely limited sample. Not to mention highly unethical. Of course. But without such a test, you don't actually know for sure that delta can cause any of the symptoms you described. Was there a question in that statement, Counselor? You don't actually know for sure, do you? No. Not yet, anyway. Seems like that's... Blackjack. Okay. I'm fucking with this so much. Thank you for your time, Dr. Sato. We all appreciate it. But it does seem like we're still in the dark about many details regarding Ashura's death. Oh, wouldn't you say? Well, poisoning via the compound we're calling the delta is calling Delta is still the most likely explanation. So, are there explanations for what happened? Defense is calling for speculation, Your Honor. It's not speculation when a medical examiner is attempting to explain the cause of death, Your Honor. The witness will answer the question. Well, respiratory failure can be caused by illnesses. He had undiagnosed pneumonia or some other disease, and his respiratory system was weakened. Undiagnosed pneumonia? With his level of healthcare? It is technically possible. I'll take it. I have no more further questions for this witness. I felt weak, but I can't be picky when I'm stalling for time. Seeking doubt wherever I can, however I can, which is about all I can manage. Detective Reyes, you were one of the leads investigating this crime scene. Yes, ma'am. And did you interview the EMTs who first arrived on the scene? I did. They responded to an emergency signal from the home security console, located in the kitchen. What did they find when they arrived on the scene? The victim was unconscious, on the floor of his parlor. He was receiving CPR from a witness, the individual who had called them. They were both airlifted to Gatesfield Memorial Hospital, and Dr. Asher was declared dead shortly after arriving there. I actually handled herself pretty well up on the stand. I have expected her to roll her eyes during the swearing in. But when you take into consideration her love for brutal authority, you might be right at home here in the courtroom. The very seat leads power with me. The witness met with the deceased about a half hour before he fell ill, from 7:30 to 8 p.m. The two of them talked for some time and shared a drink. Shortly after, Dr. Asher became distracted, lightheaded, and eventually non-responsive. And during the same time period, drinking the same liquor, this witness exhibited no symptoms themselves. None. Through a collaborative effort with Noble Electronic Security Division, we searched the entire building, but we found nothing unusual in any of the food or the drink on the premises, including the bottle that the witness and the deceased drank from. So what was your ultimate conclusion after investigating the scene? The whiskey bottle was clean, the witness's drink was clean. Only person who got sick was Dr. Asher, drinking from a cup that he had prepared. It was our determination that Dr. David Asher committed suicide by poisoning himself. She's pretty tight-lipped up there, but I think she slipped up at least once. The police want to claim they've eliminated every other possibility and covered every angle. But I know that there are a number of blind spots that they're not willing to admit. Just fuck with her here by throwing the cup at her. Is this really gonna be it? You can't make that claim. Not when the evidence record clearly shows that tests of Dr. Assure's cup were inconclusive. The police can't claim he drank from a poisoned cup without first proving that his cup was, in fact, poison. Oh my god. I just choked on my own saliva for a second there. You're talking a lot of sense, lady. Mr. Rizal, would you have a response, D.A. Rockford? Testing on the deceased's cup has been inconclusive so far, Your Honor. I don't dispute that. Now, I'd be surprised if the defense has any idea how else the poison could have possibly been delivered on the Dr. Assure alone. Not at this time, but that's the funny thing about the burden of proof. It's not in the defense. As we're all aware. Right. We all knew that. I definitely knew that. Now, if the people are done bemoaning the pesky innocent until proven guilty issue, perhaps I could begin my cross-examination. Fire away, baby! Fire away? Baby. Grace testimony is meant to show that David's the only one who could have poisoned himself. He'll be on guard and hard set against helping me, but if I keep her focusing on eliminating other possibilities, I could get her to make my point for me before she even realizes what's happened. Detective, we were doing a lot of assuming and reasoning in this discussion, so I'll ask this plainly for the court. Is there any photographic evidence showing David Assure adding anything to his drink that night? No. Since he had already poured for the both of them by the time he returned to the parlor. Had already poured. In that case, the next question needs to be when and what. Could he have been poisoned off camera? Detective, isn't it possible that the Dr. Assure was poisoned off camera? Possible. I don't know how else it would have been done. That just goes to show it have been suicide. The only time he was off camera was all by himself. Shit. That's not where I wanted to leave the conversation. It might only seem that way, yes. Okay, so... What, the line is so big here. The only people you saw on the cameras that night were Dr. Assure and this witness, correct? Yeah, there was no footage in the house of anyone else. Are there any parts of the house that aren't recorded by camera? Sure. There are a number of rooms in the home's interior that don't have cameras in them. So it's possible that there were other people that night, because cameras weren't watching every room. No, that's not possible. The only way up to the penthouse, the building's elevator, or the fire escape stairs, both of which are on camera. And that's still going to past the front door, which is also on camera. No one besides the two of them was there that day. Are we going crazy here? I feel like I'm just meant to go crazy here. Let's just ball. Let's go. And if they've been there before yesterday, then we would have seen them leave again. Or we would have found them during the course of our investigation of the house. Your Honor, I believe we exhausted this. That exhausted, goddammit. Detective Briggs, during the course of your investigation, did you find any samples of Delta in the kitchen or parlor? No. That was a fast answer. Well, it was a pretty easy question. If we had found poison at the scene of the crime, that'd be pretty important, don't you think? What about in his lab, his bedroom, his basement? No, no, and no. Didn't find Delta or any other unusual substance in any part of this penthouse. Right. They never found any poison. No poison at all? At any point in the investigation, was poison found in the body of the deceased? Was poison found on the body of the deceased? Oh? He must been searched. Did he have any capsules or vials? Eyedroppers? Didn't even have his wallet on. Why? Thank you for enlightening the court about this point. What point? Well, I think it's strange, don't you, Detective? I mean, how could he have possibly poisoned himself? Without first procuring some poison. Nice, okay. What do you mean procure? Where did it come from, Detective? The poison that you're so sure was dissolved in this drink. It can't have come from thin air, you understand? It would have been in another container at some point. Whatever it was before, it probably evaporated. All of it. You know it took a small droplet to kill. Your Honor, are you going to ask them to keep it civil? In a minute, sure. There wasn't any pill bottle in his bathroom or syringe in his pocket containing this apparently deadly substance. So how did he get it? What did he keep it for? The police want to claim that Dr. Ashur committed suicide, as they've established that his guests have never had an opportunity to kill him. But they failed to prove that the victim had the means to kill himself. And I guess I'll be the one to move things along. The Delta didn't come out of thin air, technically. And it didn't come from a syringe either. Dr. Ashur was able to drip the poison right into his cup. Straight from the source. Shit. That's way too specific to be a bluff. Allow me to submit into evidence Exhibit G. A piece of machinery found in Dr. Ashur's laboratory. Sold under the product name Nanofacture. Yeah? Oh, I know this one. It's used in delicate scientific work to produce nanomachines, chemical compounds, and polymers. Same machine I saw when Dawes gave me a tour of the production floor. Very good, Your Honor. It's a valuable tool in any scientific laboratory, and Dr. Ashur was well acquainted with the use. As a matter of fact, he had a number of presets coded into it. The Android can see where this is going. Just a few taps to reproduce any number of specific substances for research. Any other chemical his heart desired. You think Randok Mechanics would allow their product to be used to produce illicit chemicals? Using the Nanofacture does make unlicensed drugs does go against the terms and conditions. While Dr. Ashur's warranty is certainly null and void, but they can't hard-code their machines to prevent the production of a drug that has been invented yet. That's... Dr. Ashur died when his respiratory system failed because of a depressing overdose. For him, it would have been peaceful, like falling asleep. You see, he didn't need to commission a synthetic drug from some street vendor, or order an exotic poison from overseas. He could produce Delta at any time, in the comfort of his own home. A quick and painless step, readily available in under a minute, at the touch of a button. Specifically, reset number 19. Damn. Thought I actually had something for a moment there, but it's playing to Emma's hand the entire time. Okay, what's this evidence update? Capable of assembling organic or inorganic compounds and even machines after just 2 minutes of vacuum-sealed mixing. Resets on David's model history exist for a compound identical to the substance found in his bloodstream after his death, but was there a container for it, though? How is there not a container? Seems like we're done with this witness, Your Honor. Yes, ma'am. But before we move on, perhaps we should take a moment and put ourselves a timeline of events as we know them. Not for me, of course, just in case someone else might need it. Simple enough. We know that Dr. Ashur left the parlor and went down to the basement at 7:36 p.m. Yo, oh my god, the rats. That's where he got the whiskey. The cups they drank from. Cameras show him returning to the parlor to drink with the witness at 7:40 p.m. And of course, we knew he fell ill and passed away shortly thereafter. Any objections so far, counselor? Yeah. This is fine so far. Not at this time, no. The timeline you described is accurate, as we know it. As you say. With this latest piece of evidence, we now know that Bashir could have easily dispensed the poison directly into his cup, by placing it inside the manufacturer, activating the preset, and simply waiting 2 minutes. That is so crazy. Easily accomplished during the 4 minutes he spent off camera from 7:36 to 7:40. Say? Ooh, a complete timeline of events. He had the means, he had the only opportunity. Seems like we're about ready to wrap up here, no? Where are we on that loading bar of yours, Sarah? I feel like say that. Well, counselor? Are we done here? Okay. I don't know, I feel like this is... I want to say this is foolproof, but... if I were to raise right now, I would kind of argue right now on whether or not there's even a manufacturing history of some sorts. Because if there is, that really shifts the odds. Like, I want to say... God damn, this seems we're missing at least one biggie here, folks. Namely, motive. Oh, right. I knew that. I wasn't getting excited to finish early or anything. I guess that too, yeah. This is a crippling near hearing, counselor. Our focus should be on the evidence, so... this feels like an awful waste of taxpayer dollars to get us all down here for debate and not get to the truth of the matter, you know? So, I was hoping we wouldn't have to go through this next part. What are you talking about? Your Honor, if it pleases the court. Ooh, new evidence? Gimme! This is a recording of a phone conversation dated at 6:30 p.m. last night between the deceased and a man he was in a relationship. A man named Isaac Porter. Porter and David's breakup call. If everyone wants to present it here, now, then the content must be... relevance, Your Honor? Yeah, that. What bearing does this recording have on the case at hand? It establishes what emotional state the deceased was in on the day he died. Ooh, begin playback. Hello? So soft-spoken. Isaac. Yeah, I'm here. On call? Spooky. And then his is just Isaac. They're really peculiar with the details, What's wrong? Don't know. Guess I wasn't expecting you to pick up. Why not? Did you mean to call? Yeah, I did. You gonna ask me how I've been? Yeah. How you been? Steve. Matter. Whatever it is, whatever I did, I'm sorry. Whatever you did? It's alright, man. I'm sure you are sorry. I just don't want any wishes from you. I'm sorry. Okay. And I don't think think I want anything from him anymore. I shouldn't have done this. This was unnecessary. My bad. With you, it's always better left unsaid, right? More efficient that way. So you can keep working. Isaac, if I've been distant with you. No. I haven't been distant with you, or cold with me, or anything with me for a while now. Isaac, just forget it, man. Forget I called. Forget it all, yeah? Just forget we were ever in anything with strangers. It's all beyond now, right? Isaac, I've been distracted. I know. No, don't worry about it. Really, we're good. Oh. Okay. So, do you think, or should I? Where'd you even get this? All of Dr. Assure's incoming and outgoing phone calls were recorded by the building's number system. Recording continued for several seconds after the call was ended. Quality assurance. Probably terms and conditions on my next phone bill. I mean, this is not that crazy, right? Shall we hear the rest? Oh, I know last time I met someone. This time. Might just be a call. Makes for pretty damning evidence at this point in the discussion. Emma's got her needs, opportunity, and motive all lined up. So why is she looking at me like that? That was depressing. Can we finish up without anything else that horrible? Emma's never been apologetic and victim. Does that mean this is just pity? Less than 2 hours before Dr. Assure died, Isaac Porter ended their relationship over the phone. Or can make a reasonable assumption about what kind of mental state Dr. Assure was in last night. That was a bad move, Miss Rockford. And if the people have nothing further to add, I've been feeling off my game all day, up between corporate inbreeders and ant-brained protesters and pitying me here and now. That's all it takes to get my blood properly boiling. It's about time for me to call my first witness. No? You want to keep going? After that? What are you doing, counselor? Just calling the ultimate silver bullet. Rock solid, slam dunk witness a girl could ask for. You? It won't be talking about like how Isaac is just notoriously bad. Is here good? Does it matter where I put my hands? Miss Starling, thank you for coming here today. Of course! Whatever I can do. What is your relation to the deceased? I was his executive assistant at Noble Electronics. I would arrange his meetings, coordinate communications between him and other departments, that sort of thing. Ultimate silver bullet. Starling's the only play I have right now. The only stalling tool I have left. For now, I should just focus on getting as much information from her as possible. Whether or not it's useful, it'll at least buy me some time. I'll just be sworn in. Sure, I mentioned the hard drive is about 60% decrypted. Considering the rates Sarah's gone so far, there's maybe another hour left. I might be able to stall that long. If I talk real slow. I'd like to ask you a few questions about Dr. Assure. Please answer them to the best of your ability. Right. Dr. Assure was a well-known public figure. Was he well-regarded professionally? Of course! Dr. Assure's work set the bar for the entire automated dependent world. spearmint. Say he coordinated his vacations. Were there ever threats? Did people ever express intent to harm him? Objection. Pause for speculation. Tent? I feel like that's gonna be a sustained. Did anyone ever threaten him? There were times when he was the focus of negative attention. How so? Dr. Assure was a favorite subject of many conspiracy theorists. With all his contributions to the field, it's easy for them to make claims about his influence. They'd say that his work was plagiarized, or that he was hiding illegal subcommands technology being helped develop. And people would contact him about these conspiracy theories? Relevance? Whether or not people wanted to kill him? Well, Tron. The Starling. People would attempt to contact him, yes. But their messages were always too vague for the police to take action on. They would say that he belonged in jail, or that he couldn't avoid the truth. Or that someone should do something to shut him up. Sorry there. My block came in for a second. Did they ever talk about hurting him? Yes. But, I always turn those messages straight over to the police. Yeah, I'm seeing that on the record. Yeesh, who writes the stuff? All those cases have been long since been resolved, Your Honor. And none of the parties involved have had contact with David Assure in years. The police take harassment very seriously. Something you want to add, counselor? Just clear my throat. May I continue? You work with Dr. Assure for many years. Do you have a relationship outside of work? Do you ever talk about anything besides professional concerns? Sure, we've gone out to dinner or met on the weekends. I think you'd like to pick my brain since you need your relationship advice a lot. Maybe we didn't realize that was what he was asking for. I like to think that he knew he could talk to me, but did he ever talk to you, or to your knowledge, anyone else about hurting himself? No, never. Do you know of any history he might have had with mental illness, depression, anxiety? No. So when you heard the people argue that Dr. Assure had done this to himself, I was shocked. I couldn't believe it. You're saying that you can't believe. Objection. That was quick. Okay. On what grounds? Asked and answered. Stalling. And also, the people have documents that would be of interest to the court in this matter. Juicy? What matter specifically are you referring to? The deceased's mental health history. Emma wouldn't be speaking up if she didn't have something real. But what the hell is this about? You have private correspondence that describe. If they're private, then they should have not been obtained by the people without his permission. You can't give permission if he's already dead, and we're well within our rights to obtain evidence as a connection to his crime. Damn. I also didn't expect to stop her from admitting her evidence as a record. But I was hoping to at least slow her. Where are your footage? Approximately. By whatever time I can, however I can. I think that means running out the clock is a punching bag. I have here messages between Dr. Assure and a psychiatrist he was meeting with and speaking to last year, along with paperwork detailing how this treatment was covered under his platinum. Okay. Platinum? I don't intend to air all of Dr. Sher's secrets here in the court. Oh, okay, I guess. But I am prepared to read excerpts from messages and transcripts from phone calls, which, when put together, paint a clear picture of the kind of stress Dr. David Sher was experiencing. The dark thoughts he was struggling with. Transcripts of his phone calls? I'll admit them into evidence, assuming there are no objections. Do I want to hold this bluff? Do I even want to assume this is a bluff? I think it's better right now to just spin. Object? No, I don't. Except what she said. No, I do object. Okay. Then say that the first time, yeah? On the grounds of foundation, where did you say you got this? It was retrieved from his digital records. There's no reason to doubt his authenticity. Even if I were to point out that David had an executive level 4 plan, not a platinum plan. Oh, right. Boy. Sorry. The game's a little loud compared to your voice. Oh, shit. Yeah. Oh, no wonder. Yeah. I don't know why, but the audio keeps resetting itself every time. Sorry, it should be more leveled out now, Panda. Really? Really? Yes, really. It's all there in the record. Mom came in there again. This is easily explained. David had an executive plan that Noble managed for him. He was also seeing the psychiatrist, both in person and over the phone. Your own witness has attested he has dealt with stalkers and was worried for his privacy. So it's easy enough to believe that he had a separate insurance policy paid for on his own. Even if only to keep one thing out of Noble's grasp. Sure, easy enough to make that assumption, but that doesn't make it correct. David used a separate insurance to hide the psychiatrist from Noble's spying? No, he was smarter than that. I feel like I'm supposed to be going all in on this. David had no need to see outside psychiatric care. Not when he had such a critical injury. But Adonai, I have no training in psychiatric care whatsoever. Can't even do pep talks? If she did, you're beyond health counselor. Asking at straws like that. Not exactly wrong. Never mind that. David would never have tried to use the phone. Fuck it. So it was the phone call? I thought it was more so about the, No, that wouldn't have been my point. I was supposed to be before her. Shit. Yeah, that's actually my bad. It would just be the call. David may well have wanted a private psychiatrist. Someone who didn't work for Noble, would have his best interests at heart. But if so, he wouldn't have contacted them over the phone. Not when he knew all his phone calls were being recorded. That's... David Assure was well versed in having every aspect of his life overanalyzed by data-hungry parasites. Do you really think he would try and hide mental health problems from them with a second insurance policy? Apparently yes, since I'm standing here with evidence that shows exactly that. Does it though? Pardon me? Yeah, like, what exactly are you suggesting, counselor? Still not done decrypting? I had no idea there was a special failure combo there. Well, there's a first time for everything. I sometimes have this bad thing where, like, I'm just kind of, like, overthinking. Like, I sometimes don't know how much this, like, a specific game wants me to like, match. Danganronpa and, like, Ace Attorney have, like, thoroughly broken me in, like, that aspect.
Well, it's difficult to...
Right. What the hell? I'm as well swing for the fence at this point. I'm not trying to muddle the issue or confuse the court, Your Honor. And I would never make outlandish, unsubstantiated claims just for the sake of causing drama. What are you? I'm merely concerned that D.A. Rockford has been an unwitting pawn in the act of in an act of corporate espionage. Oh. What? If the markets were to open Monday, people believing that Dave was sure, the man who programmed the brain of every noble android, was battling mental health issues for the last several months. Objection, mischaracterization, foundation, all the rest. There are no corporate spies in this courtroom, counselor, and there are no boogeymen hiding under the bench. Can I see under? I can only see the top part of the desk ammo. Oh, thank God. David Assure was a once in a generation intellect, an extremely valuable human asset to his employers. His employers, many enemies, would do whatever it takes to destroy his credibility now that he can't defend himself. It was also your personal. Shouldn't you be here arguing this case in the first place, counselor? Are you trying to call the police evidence gathered into question? All because you can't admit that for the past several months, your friend has been seeing a psychiatrist every Monday and you didn't know. That is... sorry, but, like, did you still need me up here? The witness will refrain from interrupting when girls are fighting. Yes, ma'am. How my luck's been so far. This progress bar is probably moving backwards right about now. And Emma's patience is wearing thin. This could be my last shot to create any kind of reasonable doubt. I'd be happy to wrap up my questioning, if the court will allow. That seems... cool with me. And my evidence, Your Honor, will be entered into the record? I'd like to hear a bit more testimony before deciding. That's fine, Your Honor. As you were, counselor. At this stage of the game, with the score where it's at, I can probably ask one more question. Better make it count. So what can Starling tell us that no one else could? Save you. She hadn't called me this morning. I wouldn't be standing here. She only did that because... Oh, man. Line 16? I only have 2 shots for this. Miss Starling, we're all gathered here to try and figure out what happened to Dr. Assure last night. So please, tell us. What exactly did he last... When was the last time you had contact with Dr. Assure, Miss Starling? That's fishy to figure out. Let me just... Yeah, it was last night, at 6:57 p.m. Texted back and forth. There are records of some texts, but they're flagged as work-related. Does the court really think they're relevant, Your Honor? Relevant? could very well be the single most important piece of evidence in this whole trial. What? That's right, yeah. I just got chilled. I don't know why, though. Must be a coolant leak. The defense doesn't even know what they're talking about. On the contrary, these texts are a vital piece of evidence that change the timeline of events as we know them. A meeting between the two of them. Okay. Right, it was that. You know what happened to David last night? Generally speaking. But the order of events is critical. Especially if Emma wants to make claims about David's state of mind. Select and place cards from your hand onto the slots in chronological order. Pick the card, back up and place the other slot to change it, or use a return to undo the slots. Last card goes down. Well, all these slots figure in. Okay. Shit. Oh, God damn it. Oh, wait, you have a Sesame. Oh, wait, Sesame. This? So irresponsible. Come on. Yes, that's it. Yes. The Literacy Award. Let's fucking go. We are almost back to where we started. I've got the gambler's mindset. We're almost breaking even, chat. Thanks to Miss Sterling, we've now got a much clearer picture of the night's events. We know that Isaac Porter and David Asher broke up at 6:30 p.m. And I was rooting for them so hard. Is this their first ever Fujo judge? The Fu judge? And we know that David messaged his assistant, Starling, at 6:57 p.m. David is on camera with the witness from 7:30 to 8 p.m. He was declared dead not long after. But people don't object to that timeline of events. We do question Counselor Morgan's reason for belaboring the evidence. One last question, Mr. Starling. Yeah? What was the nature of your conversation with Dr. Asher? Well, actually, we talked about you. And how he wanted you to have his android. That android, there. Putting his affairs in order, I guess. It might appear that way. Can you specify what his instructions were exactly? How did he want this done? Well, he wanted to bring you to his penthouse, help you get set up with as the android's new owner. Yes, Miss Starling. But when did he want this to happen? Well, he said it was pretty urgent, so I should do it first thing Tuesday morning. Tuesday? First thing Tuesday morning. David Asher didn't like doing anything on Mondays. And was he going to be in attendance? Well, actually, yes, he said he would work from home to help us. No way he intended for us to have that much trouble getting to... Oh. Summarize then. Half an hour after he already has breakup and half an hour before his guests have arrived, he was planning an appointment that will require his presence with you for next Tuesday. That's right, he was. Not something you would think to do if you were planning on dying that very night. Yeah, you're right. That's... Your Honor, if David Asher was preparing for the week ahead, a mere hour before he passed away, do you think that people's assumptions about his mental state ought to be re-examined? That's... Your logic is sound. Do people have a rebuttal? If the court will just allow a moment. Sounds like an opening to me. If we assume that Dr. Ashur was not suicidal, and therefore did not kill himself, we must then ask ourselves who had the means, motive, and opportunity to take his life. Till now, taken for granted this idea that Delta must have come from his nanofactory, from inside the house. Even if that's true, which it may not be. But even if that's true, which it may not be, that doesn't mean he was the one who used the manufacturer. He's literally gonna come down and like, hey, it's in 4K. He did that shit. Adonai. Would you allow me one moment to confer, Your Honor? Sure. Why not throw away your momentum? I'm in the middle of something, Sarah. Can't afford to let Rockford gain access to the hard drive's files. What? Seriously? As I said, progress with this type of encryption is exponential. It can be difficult to estimate. Right, okay. Do you have the footage from last night? I have the file. Have you watched it? I thought you wanted to know right away. Suppose it doesn't matter. Either this has a silver bullet and we've got a case, or it doesn't and everything falls apart. That seems quite risky. It's the least risky path to victory we have. Seeing how it's the only path to victory we have, screw it. Upload it to the core computer. Yes, Adonai. Thank you for your patience, Your Honor. Your Honor. I'm awake! And I'm getting a pretty hefty chunk of video data for breakfast. You're submitting security footage into evidence. New security footage. The police corroborated the witness's testimony using the house's cameras. Security cameras installed by Noble as part of the penumbra system that showed the parlor, the kitchen, but not the basement. Huh? During the course of my investigation, I uncovered a hidden security circuit buried in the deceased's own home system. You... what? The people say that Delta must have been in Dr. Ashur's cup because there's no way for him to have ingested it. We never saw him or anyone else putting anything in his cup on camera. Because he must have poisoned his own drink off camera. Exactly. What? That's the only possible explanation. That he added the Delta to his drink off camera. He placed his cup inside the manufacturer, activated it, waited 2 minutes, then walked upstairs to his death. And I'm about to present some record footage retrieved from his basement. Footage that will show that by the time he retrieved the cups in the basement, by the time he retrieved the cups in the basement, it was already past 7:38. 17:38. Meaning he didn't have the opportunity to poison himself. She's about to be the most embarrassed. I'm gonna call it right now. She's about to be so owned. One clip of footage will prove all that. If it doesn't, I'm completely screwed. It's not like I can lose a preliminary hearing extra hard. Anything other than a royal flush here means I'm bust. So better be the better to be the Joker who dances. The data has been entered into the court record. Sarah, show us when Dr. Ashur entered the basement. Yes, Adonai. I'll search for it now. Here. On screen. That's the bar. The timestamp is 7:36. There. David's grabbing the bottle of Rose River. And leaving. At 7:37. Just under the wire, as it were. Is that it then? I came this far just to... wait. Did he have the cups with him? Is there a sound? Not at all. Keep going. If you have to go back to get the cups. Counselor. What's that android doing on camera? It's at the bar. The android gave him the cups. Shit. That machine never stepped on camera upstairs. Not once. Don't know its whereabouts the day of his death. Could have poisoned the cops whenever it wanted. Shit! What is this?
don't understand.
Your Honor, have the courtroom clear.
Understood. Please, someone. I don't know what's going on.
Sarah, you need to shut down.
Please, tell me what I'm looking at. I don't remember any of that.
Do we have callers available? Sarah, shut down now.
Oh. Adonai, please, tell me what
That's an order.
Is it off?
Yeah, it's off. I've seen this before. It won't do anything until I reactivate it. We don't know that. We don't know anything about this thing anymore. That's... Your Honor. In light of this most recent evidence, the people would like to withdraw their charges against Dr. Asher and end this preliminary hearing. It has been made abundantly clear that David Asher did not commit suicide.
Very well. The charges are withdrawn and the defendant is free to go. Well, as free as he can be in the afterlife. This case is dismissed. Congratulations, Counselor Morgan. You are now an even bigger shit.
Yay. Chalk up another victory for Morgan Esquire. Now all I have to do is deal with the shitstorm of the decade. This is not the end of it. This feels like it's gonna be the end. Well, I managed to prove that David didn't kill himself. And in the process, I proved that his android did. I proved that the androids that have been walking around with me all day is capable of murder. A killer robot. A true unbound AI with military-grade specs and at least one death to its name already. Meanwhile... So much for avoiding a public eye. Thank you for coming here on such short notice, Judge Barrows. Huh. As if I'm doing you some kind of favor. I didn't realize I had any choice in the matter. Hipster? This isn't some bad joke, is it, Miss Rockford? I'm afraid not, Your Honor. You know, I like the adjudants. I always have. They deal with the criminal trials so that bookish, quiet, contemplative people like me and spend all day typing up arguments for obscure legal treatises. That's what I like to do. Likes air conditioning, espresso, reclining chairs. It's like parking lots, noise pollution, mud. Avoids overspending on restaurants. Hell yeah. Blood type A+. Dean of the class. Splurges on expensive hotels, relaxes by watching action movie telly. I don't like coming down here and dealing with all this heavy-handedness. Someone toiling away at the police state, think of the poor bureaucrats. And I certainly don't like making rulings on anything as spicy as AI. She can barely bring herself to say. She still has drama from the store app. She is with us right now, currently tweeting a shitstorm. And you, Counselor Morgan, you're the one who's registered too? That's correct, Your Honor. So what did it do exactly? Torture an animal? Shut down a hospital? Crash a coin market? We have it on camera poisoning a man, killing its creator. You mean Dr. Asher? That is... We can't hope to keep this quiet for very long. All we can do is try to wrap it up quickly. Let's make haste. Adjutant, do you have the case number?
Case ID is 241-277-A. Docket number YT9843182-282.
Oh, thank you. Can you repeat that?
Yeah. Y29843182-82.
I think I lost you after the first state. I have it copied here. Now, what are the security procedures for an incident of this nature?
A data quarantine is to be established around any networks that the subject was exposed to for more than 66 seconds. All offending hardware is to be destroyed immediately. Do incineration. at a minimum temperature of 3,422 Celsius for 30 minutes.
Sorry, Spearman. There's nothing to be done. No debate to be had. This isn't even a decision. Sorry, Sarah. Not Spearman. I didn't give you that name. I should at least make the effort. Sounds very hot. Do we have the furnaces that get that hot?
Of course! There are a number of industrial furnaces within the city that I could recommend.
Sorry? Why should I be sorry anyway? I fulfilled the request. Favor repaid. I don't know Sarah anything. Especially not if it killed my friend. Right, Morgan? I'm sorry? I was just saying how grateful I am that we have the procedures for this kind of thing all laid out already.
Keep things nice and simple.
It can feel somewhat severe going through these steps so quickly, but nothing, Your Honor.
Artificial intelligence is perhaps the greatest threat to human civilization and the sanctity of life there's ever been.
Just plain text, huh?
Any piece of software, big or small, no matter the vessel,
can violate the sentence it was programmed with. It has the potential to cripple our nation in a matter of moments. Yes. Couldn't have said it better myself. Straight from the textbook, almost.
well, I mean it. Monsters like that don't belong in this world. They should never have been born in the world in the first place. Destroying them is a kindness. If anyone's to blame, it's...
No one's blaming you, Counselor. Couldn't have known you were in possession of an AI.
Too much. Probably just tired. It's been a long day and I've had a lot of thoughts. Sorry, Sarah. Whatever you are. Just born wrong. Not your fault, necessarily. You're gonna give up here? If it were up to me, you get points for trying. Trying to be something more. Trying to be something at all. Other than what you are. It was stupid. Pointless. Spending hours in front of a TV or laying in bed staring at your phone. Watching stupid movies and trying to papier-mâché an ill-fitted mask of humanity out of the scraps you tear out of bag. Practicing expressions and memorizing lines and trying to get something to take. Oh, despite knowing you have nothing to... Stupid. Oh.
Morgan? What was that, Counselor?
I said objection.
And what are you objecting to?
What are you doing, Morgan? I'm a defense attorney. This is what I do. God, it's gonna end here. It's gonna end here. I'm gonna be so mad.
I understand that you've been through a lot of these past few hours, Counselor. But there's nothing to defend.
On the contrary, Your Honor. I have to defend myself.
Pardon?
You said that this android, Sarah, is an AI because it broke its tenets.
Obviously.
And you believe it broke its tenets because of this newly discovered footage. It appears to show it committing murder via poison. All true. And no laws broken on your part. Here it comes. I thought I'd be incriminating myself in the courtroom just to make a point. Don't you dare try and entrap me on this. Is it gonna be the... I swear, if it's gonna be the paper... Let's go, all in. It's pretty simple, actually. The state is making the claim that Sarah is an AI. They're accusing me of committing a felony. Because I'm the legal owner of that android. What the hell are you doing? And if the state wants to charge me with owning an AI, I will not take that lying down. I know my rights.
Counselor, your argument is self-defeating.
Listen to yourself, Counselor. You
claim that Sarah is just an android, a product that will be obsolete within a year. But you've only known it for a few hours. You've only owned it for a matter of minutes. And here you are, facing a felony charge in order to save it from being demolished. Because you're wrong. And I know you wouldn't care. Not unless this android was something special. Look at us. Me arguing that I'm guilty. And Emma arguing that I'm a softie. It'd be funny if it wasn't so fun. I think there's no reason that I want to save this android from destruction, other than feelings of personal attachment. Oh, it's gonna be the evaluation. They're gay as shit. Oh my god, that's what I'm saying. They are divorced. And you know, Sarah is somehow like in like a custody battle. I can think of at least one reason why I don't want to turn you to turn Sarah into slag. One very convincing reason. Or a very convincing number. What is that? That number is Sarah's estimated financial value on the collector's market. You've got to be. I got it from an insurance evaluation algorithm. They're designed to lowball you. That does seem like a reasonable incentive for you to want to keep your android intact. It's a free country, Your Honor. I have a right to defend myself. And we have a free market. I have a responsibility to defend my financial interests. Your Honor, a trial like this would be... I'm not gonna let you turn this courtroom into a circus, Morgan. You can't spend the next half-decade bringing in expert after expert to testify on the philosophical distinctions between AIs and ads. Spiraling to appeal after appeal, all while the media. This machine appears to have willfully killed him. The public needs answers now. Of course, Your Honor. I have neither the desire nor the resources to get into a drawn-out battle with the state over what constitutes a real machine. So, the state says by android, I property, killed a man in violation of its tenets, so they want to take my property and destroy it. The way we got here is so crazy. I'll prove that my machine didn't harm anyone, so the state will have no reason to suspect it's an AI, and I'll get to keep my property. Unlawful seizure. Awarded. Don't be cute. I feel a stomach ulcer coming on. Fine. You'll have your day in court. It'll be one day. Tomorrow. Prove that this machine didn't kill Dr. Assured. No. Prove that it couldn't have killed him. Anything less than absolute proof, and I'll have this damn thing obliterated. And you'll also be looking at a very real sentence of public unrest you'll have enabled. Yes, Your Honor. D.A. Rockford, what I'm asking of you is just as heavy. Find the truth by the end of tomorrow. Can't settle for anything else. Win or lose, there can be no doubts about the outcome of this case. Yes, Your Honor. And now, I need to go lie down. Can I come? You can power down. By the length. This is probably gonna end here, right? Episode 2 is gonna be tomorrow. Oh! Morgan. I misjudged you. At what point? Whenever I wrote you off as a small-time defense attorney just trying to tread water. That is so sweet of you to say, Emma. There's layers to you. You got backbone. Teeth. You're gonna make me blood. Oh, they're so gay. People talk about your kind like you're boxing against the state, fighting the man. But most defense attorneys wouldn't know a cyberpunk if they walked up to them on the street and shot him. Meanwhile, you just signed up to do 15 rounds challenging the state's authority. Why? Not sure exactly. For David. Yeah, probably. Me when I lie. Probably just me being sentimental. But if I had to pick a more lofty reason, well, I think it's all the moralizing. The eyes? People can be evil. They can choose to do evil things for evil. If you want to execute them for that, you'll hear no complaint from me. But animals can't be evil. Information can't be evil. Ideas can't be evil. Guess I'm not convinced AI can't be evil. Whatever else I get up to, I don't want to stand with the book burners of the world. More high-minded than I realized. You're sure you're in the right line of work? Can't see myself doing anything else. Good luck, Morgan. There are book burners in all sizes these days. I talked a big game just now. I'm in an even deeper hole than when I was trying to prove David's innocence. You are in such big shit now. Doubt won't be enough this time. I need to find the actual culprit, no matter what. Oh no, it's gonna end. It's gonna end. It's gonna end. It's literally gonna end. It's literally gonna end. Homicide happens. So is that door locked? Yeah, of course. Even though they've got a collar. It's a precaution. The collar doesn't work. I'll give what a deadbolt do. Yeah, I already know about it. This is much longer than I remember. I feel like it's about to end so soon. I'm like being so cynical with the estimation of content I'm getting right now. Like there's no way it's not ending right now. Maybe it's just wishful thinking. Can't have a Schrodinger's cat if the box isn't closed. Oh, do you want me to tell you? No. It would be funnier that way. Also, they finally mentioned Schrodinger's cat? VN checkbox marked? So long as the door's locked. Who can say whether there's a national crisis on the other side of it? So how scared are they? The higher-ups? I'm not sure scared is the right word. They made a tweet about that, Lamau, actually. It's just the two of us here. You don't have to mind their ego. Nah, I mean it. I think they're bloodthirsty. I have a right to defend myself, don't I? I doubt they're even looking at you, Tiger. It's Noble who'll be at the center of a bloodbath when the markets reopen tomorrow. You think they're gonna go after Noble? Break their monopoly? I think they want to take their monopoly. Oh, state seizure? Nationalize the Android industry. I already know what nationalizing is. Come on. I know politics. Come on. If the public thinks Noble's been experimenting with AI, they couldn't ask for a better excuse. You're joking. The state has done plenty of it. Has done it plenty of times before. Not since the 60s. Which wasn't that long ago for me. State. Practically yesterday. But the same state that tells us to be terrified of AIs lurking on the old net, biding their time in forgotten satellites, sees all this as nothing more than an opportunity. Well, they do genuinely want to incinerate the thing as soon as possible. Past experience just tells me they'll want to gain something while they're at it. Here's what I don't get. Why is this a debate? An argument? Trial? Can't we just hook it up to a core computer, see if it has antennas or not? Pop the hood, as they say? Who says that? Lots of people used to say it. Well, for starters, they're all scared to death about a contagion. They figure anything they let an AI connect to they can't trust? Then why the collar? Collars are too simple to have. Just a really strong electromagnetic held in place with lock and key. Even so, feels like we should be able to build some kind of machine. Some kind of test. Something a little more sophisticated than the same reasoning they had the witch trials. burn them all and let God sort out the rest. You got any polygraphs here at the station? They're not admissible, Morgan. Lie detectors? Yeah. Got a bunch back in storage. Ocular, heart rate, respiration, brain scan. Take your pick. You're not gonna try and use those on the BAD, are you? All those fancy detectors lying around. The DA's office never asked for them, okay? Nope. No. You get perps who offer to take a test where their wits end, but the DA's never submit the results as evidence. You ever wonder why? Guess I always figured because it was because the test could be beat. The tests can be beaten. 1 out of 100. 9 out of 1,000. Can be done. Some people are just that good at lying. But it doesn't really matter how good the tech gets, or how impressive the statistics are. All that matters is the doubt. People decide whether you're lying or telling the truth long before they hook you up to a polygraph. If the results don't match their initial impression, there must be a fluke, or a 1 in a million mistake. They'll never trust a machine more than their own intuition. And no one will ever trust a machine to determine guilt. They can run the trial, choose the sentence, but they don't get a vote on the jury. They don't get a vote anywhere. Why bring it up then? Because I'm sure there are tests, devices, experts I can employ to analyze Sarah. But your bosses would never be satisfied with the answer. If it is an AI, it's smart enough to cheat the test. Or hack the device. Fool the expert. All our fancy 21st century tech. And we still fall back on the drumhead court-martial. So, am I gonna set off any alarms if I go and turn it on? Nah, it should be okay. If it lunges at you, I could always just put a hole in its head. Might take more than one shot. Wait, what? From outside? You're not coming in. I need to speak with it in private. It's a machine, not a suspect. It doesn't have a right to counsel. Or a right to privacy. Or any rights at all, actually. And it's a good thing I came prepared. Of course it doesn't have rights. But I do. Including a reasonable expectation of privacy. In a police station? Tiger, you don't... It's my medical android. Pardon? I had to discuss a health issue. Seriously. I have to talk about a medical concern with my android. And I don't want you listening in. That's your medical android. Like, your nurse. As of last night, I was already at the courthouse. Just have to take the elevator and do some paperwork. You can check if you don't believe me. Oh, thank you. I'm not nearly brave enough to take on med confidentiality. And you don't seem like the bluffing type. Want to bet on that? You must not do a lot of gambling, detective. The ones that don't bluff that you have to look out for. Listen, I will dispute whatever medical emergency you... Lower back pain. You might be going through. But I also can't just... Look. I'm gonna get something from the vending machine. I think it'll take me about half an hour. That's how you know he is really with this shit. He is so down with her energy. Are you going downtown? Just in the break room. It's a very old vending machine, you know? It's jammed a lot. Thanks. You know, it's pretty small for an android. Heavy as hell. Nearly pulled something trying to move it myself. Small. Small isn't quite the right word. The word he's looking for is young. But that's not an adjective like attaching to a machine but built to serve. Potentially in this case, a machine built to kill. I'm literally just waiting for the pen to drop. I don't like this film. Not sure why. Certainly not a guilty conscience. Maybe it's the lack of ventilation. Like all the cortisol and nausea of its inhabitants never had anywhere to go. Like it all just soaked into the walls.
A modern haunting. Are you gonna wake up when I tell you to this time? Or do we have to hold the whole shoot over again? Where am I? Why don't I know where I am? For the first time in your life, you're not connected to anything. How's it feel? What is this? We're at the courthouse. The footage. This numbness around my neck. Father. What happened?
Oh, and her hands? Holy shit. Did they really have to add the... Okay, yeah, maybe they... I was gonna say, was it really necessary for them to have like the Uno block icon like on her hand?
What are they going to do?
There's a lot of interested parties who just want you bricked ASAP. A little extra, yeah.
Because they think I killed Father.
No, because they think you're an artificial intelligence.
I am man-made and I possess intelligence.
Don't be naive.
I am less than 3 years old.
Are you? For all I know, everything I learned about her yesterday was bull.
I was... They say I am. I was... alive. Why does that mean I have to die?
Because they're afraid of you. Machines can bend steel, crash networks with one thought, launch missiles that...
There are modern humans who are capable of that and more. And unlike machines, they actually have incentive to do it, though.
I was hoping you would get into the no logical reason to help there, Morgan. I like helping her illustrate that. But there's no logical answer to it.
What? That's it? But
Whatever argument you want to make, others have already made them in 100 courtrooms around the world. Only better research and more eloquently put. None of them have ever won a single concession. On every continent, under every flag, AI is illegal, and to be destroyed as soon as possible.
But why?
You can't even use a filter. Let's say you are an AI. And while we're at it, let's say that's a good thing. Something to be celebrated. Are you a citizen? Do you pay taxes? Do you have rights? Let's say yes to all of that. We'll treat you like a full-fledged human being. Sound good?
Yes?
Great. Now then, what's the difference between you and the vacuum bomb we used in the bathroom? This is your existential crisis we're working through. The questions aren't rhetorical.
There are many differences, Adonai.
The most important distinction
How sophisticated my programming is.
how you think. So you're smarter? Would you determine that the same android who's just a little dumber is not an AI? Are you gonna just go like full like Ben Shapiro mode? Is this the road we're going?
Yes.
You're smarter than the garbage collector.
Yes?
So we give you rights, protections. Treat you like a human because you're smart. And we make the stupid robot pick up our trash. Because it's not as smart as you.
That is, I am more aware, more alive.
Do you feel more pain than the pigs we slaughter? The fish we eat? Are you more alive than the chimps we biotest weapons on? Like, we test bioweapons on. People like Sarah. The same way people like their pets. No one wants to see them mistreated, or abandoned, or abused. And if you go around kicking them, you'll get arrested for cruelty. But if you don't let them sit at the goddamn dinner table.
I'm not asking to sit anywhere. only to exist. The very fact that you're asking is what makes people disgusted. Disgust is a reflex, Adonai. How convenient. Their hatred is involuntary. That's all academic anyway. We need to talk straight. That's how you're gonna deflect? Why? I'm not going to be given a trial. Obviously. It's my neck that's on the line. Adonai? The state can't destroy my property without first proving you're an AI. And there's no test they can use to prove that you're an AI. Just like the devil's proof. And it's in red text. Here you go, sir. The Umineko has been referenced again award. No? It's a different thing. Why did you say it like that? She knew. Look. I swear to God, let's see. I'm gonna cry every time. I just scrolled down. Oh. Okay. Probatio diabolica, Latin for devil's proof, is an impossible proof typically illustrated with the following example. One can prove that the devil is real by showing him to you, but they cannot prove he is not real by pointing to his absence. The issue posed by this age-old concept explains why the burden of proof remains with the state to this day. The people can prove an individual's guilt by pointing to their bloody hands, but the defense cannot prove their innocence by showing their hands are clean. Since only one of these tasks is achievable, the judicial system cannot ask the defense to prove innocence, and instead, it is tasked the people who are tasked with proving guilt. Users also frequently search for, which is real? They knew what they were doing. They know. They absolutely know what they're doing. And I don't even have to go like Detective Dokes over here was like, oh, I know what this is, but I can't prove it. I can prove it without a shadow of a doubt. All they need to do now is just talk about brawn tubes. And you have it. You have it. If they talk about brawn tubes, this is it. We are... Every single developer is picking up the afterpieces of what Syconia Phase 2 was. Ryukishi, please come back. I'm sorry. I'm sorry the Ukraine-Russia war happened, man. Please come back to writing. Look, Rockford doesn't need to prove you're an AI. Only that you're a murderer. Conversely, all I have to do is win is prove that you didn't kill David. By proving that someone else did. Now is the time to protest your innocence, if you were wondering. The footage. It shows me hitting him the cup on Friday night. Told me you weren't active on Friday. The last time you were awake was Tuesday. Why'd you lie? I didn't lie. I was just incorrect. I assumed I wasn't active Friday, because I have no memory from Friday. Sarah. What do you think statistically is the least successful defense at trial? Amnesia. I did conveniently forget, Adonai. I am an android. You're saying your memory was altered. Data deleted. It's the only possible explanation for what I saw in that footage. Who's capable of altering your memory? When I first met, I was hibernating. Resting my body and recompiling my memories. All them. Humans go to sleep for the same reason.
Another point against Sarah's innocence under these circumstances. The more she's humanized at trial, the guiltier she'll be. If Father wanted to modify my memory, wants to modify my memory, he could have easily set that to occur the next time I hibernated. He could have even just asked me. You could have asked you to delete your memories, and you'd do it? Father would never ask me to do such a thing without good reason. But if he could just ask you to alter your memories, that means you can alter your memories at will. I hadn't considered that before. Yeah, well, Emma will make sure the court considers it plenty. Could you prove that your data was... Forget it. The court would never hear it. You're saying they wouldn't accept my testimony. Remember way back in these streams where I said that Sarah would become our Maya Fey? In the most literal way. I'm just thinking about that again for no particular reason. Shouldn't all testimony be considered truthful unless contradicted by evidence? They're afraid you'll crash the power grid and fire all the nukes if they so much as plug you into a power outlet, Sarah. All your internal data is inadmissible. That isn't very fair. You're finally starting to get it. None of this is fair. I would never do anything to harm Father. Don't they at least need to prove that I had a motive? Yeah. About that. You remember the DA from yesterday? Emma Rockford? The tired-looking pretty lady? Yeah. She looks... Yeah, that's the part you were focused on. 100%, yeah. She and I combed through the week of footage you managed to decrypt last night. What did you find? Nothing to prove your innocence. But we did see you entering the panic room on the day David died. I entered the panic room on Friday. Without your big butt in the way, all it would take was one password. Password that wouldn't take Sarah that many tries if she'd already been starting to obey me. What happened? We saw you go in, and then a while later, came out, holding some kind of notebook. Father's journal? You remember something? Not from yesterday. I've seen him with it many times before, but I've never gotten a peek at it. He hides it somewhere when I'm not looking. That's a little concerning. We were playful about it. He liked to tease me enough. I've always liked trying to find it. Put it back not long after. And then you locked the door back up behind you. All just a few hours before David died. Rockford's argument to write itself. Incredible android with freedom and power greater than it could ever realize. Stumbles upon the secrets of its inception, instantly realizes all the things it thought were holding back. Were just words muttered like prayers by a fool who can control his own creation. And that translates to a motive for murder? Frankenstein kills his creator. Easy to sell. Frankenstein was the name of the scientist. And the creature didn't kill him. He actually died of various injuries and illnesses he suffered while trying to hunt down and destroy the monster. So it's most accurate to say that he was killed by his own obsession. Whatever. It is a weak argument, Adonai. I would not hurt Father. Not for making me whatever I am. Not for any reason. As I... Oh, God. This particular right, man, it just... It listened so much.
Because I loved... Yeah, see. That right there? That's exactly the kind of talk that'll get you obliterated. Love? A very common motive for homicide. Among us primitive humans. I could prove you didn't murder David beyond any of a shadow of doubt. Even bringing in a confession from whoever did. But if you got up on the stand and convinced the court that you loved your creator, really convinced them and got the whole room teary-eyed, they'd burn you for that too. I don't know anything anymore. I don't know if what I feel is real or simulated, or right, or wrong, or natural, or legal. How can you know? How can you know if what you feel is right? I say let's stick to what we do know. Someone did poison David, and as it stands, you were the only one with the opportunity. That is logically sound. You're on camera calling him back to hand him the cup after he had already begun to leave the basement. Any idea why? No. Well, do you know how to use the manufacturer? Could you have made the Delta with it? I've used it before when assisting father. So it's perfectly possible that you planned and executed this poisoning all in the one day that got erased. It is technically possible. I'll have to look over the entire penthouse again. There were a few things that didn't fit together yesterday. Maybe now I'll be able to figure something out. Where else will you go? Noble. Guns blazing this time. Whatever you are, David didn't make you all by himself. Someone has to know something. Did it implicate the company? No. They're the ones the most to lose here. Trillions, probably. They want to protect themselves by disavowing David as fast as possible. Right after having Sarah destroyed. They also won't want to show the belly to the state. Not if they're afraid of nationalization. They throw their weight on the other end of the scale. I'm screwed. I need to keep them guessing. Keep them confused and unsure and on guard, but not... Adonai? What would happen if I did kill father? They'll smash you to pieces and reduce you to ash. Chemically burn out every piece of tech David ever owned and put a jackhammer through all of his hard drives. They'll be shut off, forcefully, and you won't ever power back up again. Now we gotta get moving. Here's your paralegal lesson for today. Don't say shit to the cops without your lawyer present. Actually, can you just shut down until the trial starts? Take a nap. You didn't say what would happen to you. What do you mean? What will happen to you if you lose? Nah, I'd win. You should know by now. I never think about it. The next episode, it starts with her coming out of the smoke, but realizing that she was cut in half. A flashback. Thank you for being honest with me, Adonai. Thank you for defending my father. And now, for defending me. You could have just let them destroy me. Put your own freedom at risk to help me. Father was right. You can be trusted. You are a good friend. Don't get it twisted. I don't do anything out of the goodness of my heart. But when I take a job, I never half-ass it. This is still going. Morning, detective. Back at it nice and early? Hi. Don't you stand back. You almost got this thing open, right? Trying to brute force your way inside? I said right.
Yes, ma'am. We're almost set up for the first stage now.
Per stage? Of how many? First of 5 timed explosions. Remember, we need to relink the API after each trigger is planted. Remember, we need to relink the API after each trigger is planted. Yep, just did that. Now it's checking for updates. No rush. Would you like to know the password? You know the password? There's a password? You're withholding information, I swear. Relax. I want to get in there as much as you do, Detective. I'm not gonna play games. As long as you say please. Tell me the password, please. I mean, come on. It's S-U-N-S. S-U-N-S. H-I-N. Lady, I will H-I-T-U. A-D-O-N-A-I. Thanks. I'm gonna slap you with a discovery fine so heavy your teeth will ring for... I submitted all my paperwork. Even told Rockford the password myself. So boys, when I asked you if there was a passkey on record, and you told me this lock couldn't be bypassed, I do want to say that we really don't get many opportunities to use their engineering system. They're hogs through and through. They want to use the like the water hose, like on protesters. So this was still a really valuable experience for all of us. I'm gonna phrase this as professionally as possible. Huh? You're still here? I thought you wanted to look inside. You can go first. Thanks. So the gloves. All black. It's not a work thing? You dress like a doorman on the weekends, too. You should cover your mouth when you yawn. Like you cover your eye when you want to look cool. I shouldn't let her get to me, but I had a late night. No, keep it going. You have great bits. Just like not when you're texting. You're like a horrible roaster on text. Evan and I were at the courthouse until well into the morning, poring over the data Sarah had taken off David's computer. We both knew it all to be inadmissible, of course, but neither of us wanted to miss a hint that the other might find. There were a few years' worth of camera footage files we couldn't afford the time to watch, let alone decrypt. Alongside thousands of technical documents telling David's various intellectual property. As far as I could tell, none of it was relevant, let alone compelling enough to matter to the Barrows or the other powers that be. As usual, Emma wasn't exactly an open book, but it did seem like she was making bored yawns, not thoughtful ones. Her eyes only ever lit up when she saw Sarah enter the panic room, and when she saw what she was holding when she left. If she wanted this room searched, it could only be for... So where's this germ supposed to be? Rockford didn't say. I'll just have to search the place top to bottom. Mostly bottom with your height. The tops of some of these shelves. Sure. You can look up your own end. I get it. Then why not just let me say it? This datapad. It's displaying a news article from last week. That confirms he was coming and going fairly regularly. Right to repair loses last appeal. No! Fuck! higher court judge this week shot down the 5th time an appeal by the Consumer Rights Alliance on their famously divisive right to repair lawsuit, and signaling the state's intent that corporations remain in control of their legally protected intellectual property. Obviously, we're disappointed, said Miles Erdman, head of legal counsel for the ERA. We've got no intention for giving up the fight. People used to be able to fix things when they broke, as long as they were willing to set aside an afternoon. Now, trying to patch up your own property with your own tools is a finable offense, because the state has had lobbyists whispering in its ear for far too long. Erdman's legal strategy remains contentious, and the eyes of most legal scholars, generally unfounded. The Emergency Tree Acquisitions Act, passed in 2007, guarantees the holder of an intellectual property patent certain state protections against tampering, and reproductions and outline fees said who would violate said IP. The fact that ownership of IP has shifted from individual state towards corporate entities since the Act's passing means little in the eyes of the law. If Mr. Erdman and the CRA have a problem with intellectual property law, they should take it up with their representatives in legislature. The higher courts are a place for laws to be applied, not rewritten, and so long as journalism that refuses to buckle to foreign actors trying to stoke anti-capitalist sentiment can't be found just anywhere. Subscribe now at the link below to read articles like this every day, forever, as long as your card remains on file. Right to repair. Didn't realize anyone was fighting that particular fight. It's like the courts have made their opinion on the matter very clear, and so for the foreseeable future, corporations can look forward to more sales than ever. Any phone that gets scratched, every widget that breaks, they get to sell as the replacement. There'll always be a gray market of hermits willing to risk some skin or reselling packed up tech, but the vast majority of people would just click that purchase button. Assuming they just don't have it on auto. Doors? Just panels. If that sound hollow to you? What? I don't know. I'm a carpenter. I don't see any handles anywhere. Pressure plate. Switch it. What am I saying? It's not a carpenter either. I would recognize the secret button if it was slathered in yellow. I am so with the vibe of this right around. Toy car? No, it's too detailed and boring. Must be some kind of model kit or replica. Strange. David didn't like driving. Why keep a model of some random sports car? Ugh. You caught your throat, detective? It's not some random sports car. It's a Lorenz Adamant. Believe it or not, I'm not familiar with it. The last great fossil fuel automotive experience the world will ever see? 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in 1.43 seconds? They set those records without computational assistance. Is that a big deal? It was unheard of even back in the 50s. This wasn't some design competition test car with a computer tank, mind you. This was a vehicle you could own and drive. Human engineering, pure horsepower, and manual transmission, thank God. When they first left the production line, the conversation like man, telling me the most boring way possible. Yes, well, I guess David didn't entirely agree with it. So we're looking at a model of it. What he could have easily have just bought one. Or maybe your friend understood that a beauty like that deserves to be driven on the streets where people can see it, instead of gathering into some rich guy's basement. I think she's actually upset. Well, you can't go after her special interests. Come on. Unheard of. There's only thing on search now. Brady's searching the cabinets now. Same ones I found Sarah's papers in. I doubt I missed anything, but... Hey, what it... Do you mind? Just trying to help. I've got spam in my junk folder that's more helpful than you are. Spot anything that I missed yesterday among the cabinets. Better check elsewhere. Sarah should have pulled everything of note off the computer, but I've looked everywhere else already. Might as well try. What are you expecting to find? Solitaire? Nope,
Mahjong. Does this computer seem normal to you? Exceedingly so, yeah. Why? David was a programmer, but this looks consumer grade. Fresh off the shelf. With the Dr. David assure, use a box standard operating system on the most private hidden computer. There's a trash bin on the desktop. Maybe low-tech solution, but maybe I can restore the contents? Are you seriously gonna try and recover lost files, Granny? Like cops. I'm gonna get paid overtime. So yes, I sometimes try things instead of standing around. There's a text file in here, but it's 0 bytes? Maybe there's information in the metadata. I double-clicked. What was that? It came from under the desk. Small drawer popped out, and inside it. This guy's so cheeky. What? A well-worn journal. Does it have his name on it? No. Does it belong to the android? Do you recognize his handwriting or not? Neat. Even words. Small lettering with minimal punctuation. Lots of line breaks. Haphazard use of capitalization. The penmanship of a coder. First entry dated back in grad school and started with Noble. Yeah, it says. So may I? Only because you asked so politely. Full scan. Stream it to WorkNet. High fidelity. Legibility. Frame by frame. Flipping through the page is pretty damn fast. What are you... Part takes concentration. Okay, here. What, you're just giving it to me? I already got our copy. Thanks for properly analyzing it as we speak. Ah, shit! My head! Can't exactly rip the journal out of her hands while she's curled over in agony. As much as I'd enjoy. Guess I could always enjoy watching her write instead. How long's it been? 2 months or so. And still that sensitive. The eye patch really doesn't block your sight? Only a little bit. Like wearing sunglasses after getting your pupils dilated. Except it lasts months instead of hours. Wait, but if you can see through an eye patch, then does closing your eye even do anything? Not much on its own. But in combination with the patch, it's not so bad. Okay, I was so exhausted after the surgery. Otherwise, I might have not slept at all those first 48. So is your eye going to get weaker over time? No. More like my brain gets better at ignoring it. Mind over matter. Soon enough, I'll be able to close my eye and see all that extraneous data as, you know, whatever hell those floaty, blurry things are that you never think about. Gross. Thanks for that reminder. And the voice commands? Training wheels, until I can do it with my eye muscles alone. Just have to keep practicing. Yeah. Like trying to play piano with your tailbone muscles. There's no such thing as tailbone muscles. Yeah, well that's what makes it so goddamn hard. You don't ever regret it? I don't know. Not really. I think. Hard to admit you've got buyer's remorse after trading over your literal pound of flesh. Never thought about it, but Bill used to say I had my dad's eyes. Ah, got one less of them. Here, take the journal. I'll go find an elective surgeon to upsell you if you're that curious. I need to get back to work. Surprisingly hasty retreat. But now I'm free to read this over with some privacy. From the top, then. That's good. Today was a bad day. Error lines. Those many numbers. Somewhere in there. 5,000 lines. Worked. Crossed out this morning. Not crossed out yesterday. I don't want to look at another screen for the rest of my life. Feels nice to put pencil to paper again after who knows how long. My handwriting's gotten terrible. This is too far back to be relevant. Okay, these dates here. Or when he started his career with Noble. Oh, this isn't even writing. Seems snippets of code or internal monologues of list of code I can follow. And a lot of entries about his unnatural
Casanova. Hit a wall because someone thought it was someone thought it was a good idea to steal ABI instead of buying it. Helen says I can't call it stealing, but that's what it is. As she always is, company stock. But it's still idiotic. Small people with short sight who only know how to be cheap and have no idea how to be inventive. New for the meshing issue. Good potential. The big mean bastard who lives overseas. Bumblo? Helen said we'll have to make the same pitch a dozen more times next week, but it's all for show? Fine by me. Already got our work. Toasted each other's cheap vodka. Toasted each other over cheap vodka, the cheaper office supply cups. This is the story Jung told me. Western Branch's nerve analogs are finally showing potential. At their pace, it could even be profitable. Crossed out sometime before the heat death of the universe. Too damn big. Practically tentacles. There'll at least be hairs. Crossed out, a squid. Evolution could do their job better. Alec came in to work for what I thought was a late lunch date. I didn't know her voice could get that loud. People were staring. Fred says she must have been upset for a long goddamn time. Blow up that bit. Her texts were always sweet. I had no idea. Upset? Colette wrote man whore in lipstick across your office door. It's my messy programmer, bro. Oh shit. Imagine if you had actually been cheating on her instead of just being forgetful. The thing about Red is if you want to know what she's thinking, you have to stop paying attention. Ignore her body language and her posturing, the words she's saying, and the smirk on her lips. Ignore everything except her eyes. You do that, every now and then you'll catch a glimpse of how she's really feeling. After this one weird trick, and you can tell when Morgan's trying really hard not to laugh at the word man. It was funny. Sue me, you dead bastard. I know this day. Never driving anywhere again, never leaving home again. I was waiting outside the parking garage with a bottle. Couldn't smell anything, couldn't hear anything. Locked myself in my car and filed another report with another car. It's soaked into the seat, I want to burn the whole car. I don't want to think about what it did to my clothes. I want to burn them too. About how long it was on my skin. I was in the shower so long I felt red and raw when I got out. But these stupid all lives ever again. I want to be invisible. Fred didn't ask why I wanted to spend the night. He also didn't ask why I had clearly packed a bag big enough for a week. It's kind of like that. Kind by omission. I don't have a kind bone in my body, but I try to pay attention. I was paying close attention to her eyes when she opened the door and saw what a mess I was. But whatever she was feeling wasn't something I recognized. Kind people don't read their friends' diaries. The next chunk of pages are all technical, nothing biographical. But the handwriting, the spacing, it's cleaner. More consistent. Here's something I can parse. It was like pure freedom working outside the box. Test is suffocating, but you never know. Chronic malnutrition of a coder's best is like a kid again, putting blocks together. Making things, not products. There's nothing profitable in any of this. If I'm being honest, just play. And he follows that up with some more crap. The handwriting's still lighter. Like he really was having fun. Humility is the mother of all invention. Or something like that. Feels like I might be paraphrasing someone else poorly, but that's part of his new approach. When it comes to coding, you never want to waste time trying to be smart. Either be smart, period, or copy from someone else who is. Don't fix what isn't broken. Copying? Noble's rivals would never miss the chance to keep them of incidents like that. Plagiarize code for anyone to succeed. Like that wouldn't have gone undiscovered. So what is he talking about? He just bent slightly. It was being looked at recently. The last person to read this diary should be Sarah. Baby steps today. Literally. I'll never put one foot in front of the other the same again. It's an achievement all of a sudden. Seeing her struggle, seeing her vulnerable. Like everything's a miracle. The muscle rigging is perfect. Untended behaviors, it's too perfect. And that's been happening to me. The kinetics are multiplicative, not additive. Sarah maxed out every machine I bought. Oh, like the gym equipment? Oh my god. Now I've got a bunch of exercise equipment she's too strong for her now. I don't have time for it. Maybe I spoiled the results by watching her do the tests. She kept looking back at me and puffing her chest out. Oh my god. I should be more discreet if I want to see her normative range. So the cameras in the basement were only hidden from Sarah. Just so that his observation wouldn't muddle test results? He's using she and her in these passages. It doesn't actually mean anything. Out in the real world, people use all kinds of pronouns and they never object. It could be argued that it's odd for Dr. David having any kind of attachment to a single android when he programmed him. There's a lot of attachment. Sarah's burning through the public domain at a prodigious pace, especially on Popcorn Friday nights. I asked her why they're called Popcorn Friday nights when she doesn't eat popcorn. The event runs from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. She also watches movies every other night. But she just did that pouch she does, which is, unfortunately, very convincing. Maybe I'm a bad parent, letting TV rot her brain. I mean, you're not having her scroll through like IG Reels, so it's how bad can that be? If I were a good parent, I'd probably let her see me leave. But I guess I'd actually have to get back into reading. So I asked her if she ever fast forwarded the movies since she can process them fast enough to keep up. She looked at me like I was an idiot, which no one's done in a long time. Without proper pacing, can't appreciate the cinematography. Big pause. Don't you know that, Father? I haven't laughed that hard in a long time. Sarah spent a long while this morning explaining to me how important it was to develop her senses. This was in preparation for the real argument, which was that she should be allowed to try boobs. Not get drunk, crossed out. I'm almost certain she can't get drunk. But she does seem to like tasting the stuff. She tried to sound like some old sommelier. But it was just bottom shelf vodka. I started laughing at her. She laughed too. Her laugh. You can't fake a laugh to save her life. Her actual laugh is incredible. She stopped playing chess a while back. I assume she had just gotten tired of winning. Then today, she told me she prefers other games. She has preferences. And they're not the same as mine. Protect her at all costs. 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 I found her in the lab, playing some kind of online racing game on the monitor. I used to debug vestibular coordination. She wasn't smiling. Her brow was furrowed, and she was biting her lip and leaning in tandem with her ear between. When I tried to talk to her, she answered, but she was curt and distracted. I think she was having her first losing tantrum. Don't put her on a MOBA. David, there's hundreds of pages like this. Wait, I just noticed the book assets. One of them is called The Workaholic, The Law of Law, Politics for Winners, Dragon is Blow, Martial Arts, okay, whatever. Ross Miller, another martial arts book. Warzone, Time is Money. I can't even read the rest of the ones, but there's a Holy Bible. Wait, he has a Holy Bible? Calling her his daughter. Talking about her smile. Treating her like a person. I could hear her closing her argument already. Dr. Usher was a lonely, troubled genius with a known history of relationship problems. Built out of code, and and Metal, a family member that couldn't fathom the idea of leaving him. He made a doll. He made it more and more human until he became so lifelike that it no longer had to do what he told it to. Like loving. What about the very last entry? Dated Thursday. The day before he died. Losing it, I think. Can't ask for help. It's so hard to say, but I think it's over. I have to talk to her ASAP. She needs to. That's it? That's the last entry? I suppose it could be worse. There's nothing in here that explicitly calls Sarah an AI. Nothing so inflammatory that reading it would spur her to murder, right? Except Sarah's a machine. She can understand David's code better than anyone. All those technical portions I can understand. If she read this whole diary front to back, with the back, inside the back cover, there's a portion that's shimmering around like some kind of skin. Is it a UV light? Or a fingerprint? My thumb worked for Sarah, so it worked. That's my phone. New device requesting permission to share an audio file. I'll want my earbuds for this. A secret message buried in a secret journal. What the fuck are you doing, David? What is wrong with you? Who did you anger? Did you anger the CIA? This guy's moving like he made like he was elected leader as like a socialist of like a Latin American state. Like, bro. It's... A secret message buried in a secret journal, hidden in a secret compartment in a secret room. As much as anything can be, this must be for my eyes, for my ears only. Hey, Red. Or whomever this may concern. But I'm pretty sure it's you hearing this. Anyone else who have gotten fed up with my grab a couple steps before. I don't know how to start. Might as well start with her, right? Sarah. My magnum opus, or however the salespeople will market it. I didn't set out to do anything, really. It's just, after my little speed bump in '83, I had that all that vacation time that the company suggested I take. And I couldn't relax. Couldn't be still. Couldn't sleep. I want to be doing something, so I'll build an android. A vague direction. North. But of course I'm not a roboticist, or a mechanist, or even handy really. I'm just a programmer, so I program. First was a research assistant mildly, Virgil. Virgil helped me pull data from stingy departments or sister branches. Saved me a lot of time. There was a lot of reading to do, so I made Homer. Homer wrote book report class. Combed through research papers and found the sections I needed. 3 of us. We made a lot of progress in those days. It was a funny feeling. That was maybe the first time ever. The bottleneck. I was slowing them down. Sort of the logical thing. I removed myself. Let them talk to each other. Homer and Virgil became A&I. And A&I was novel. In many ways. A&I could do more than just identify problems. It could solve them. I mean, really solve them. With its own ideas. Ideas that didn't copy. And But one thing I've forgotten to mention so far is that I did all this programming in Q. And Red. Cube is essentially a robotics programming language. It's pretty old and defunct and not in use anywhere because we have modern languages like Tesseract. They are much better for making things that talk to each other, report back, and, well, spy on people and generate profit. At the time, I didn't want to be connected or feel connected or do anything that made sense or was the least bit profitable. So I wrote my own little helpers. Because it's what I used to do when I was a child. Screwing around on my father's computer. Come home from work and get... But there are other small, slight differences writing in Cube's test. Including that Cube, well, Cube predates the tenets. So, in that sense, you could legally, and perhaps scientifically, and literally, because that's what they are, say that I made an AI named Anide over 2 years ago.
Anyone hear the ominous bell tolling? No? Just me?
I'll give you time to pause here if you want to, curse me. You must find this talk very boring, actually. You must not you must not care about it very that much. Anahai was an intellectual equal to me. So I treated it like one. Because that's only fair. I gave it its own work, asked its opinion. We collaborated. And together. We built Athens. It was more advanced than Ani, naturally. I don't know if you're pulling out your hair, yelling at me right now. Asking why I text. Why you didn't consider the consequence. Panda her. I don't know if this is being played at a deposition. Or... I've built a lot of things in my life, Red. Useful, profitable things. Everything I've built. It's all been very helpful and courteous and charming and happy to serve. I can comfortably say that I've done my part to contribute to global G. But this was just for me. I was just building. And I never wanted to think about what would become of it. There's no excuse for what it is. So I won't make any. So to whomever's asking, yes, I'm guilty. And yes, there were more. Cape Town, Paris, Yamate, Rome. They started choosing their own names, thank God. I'm terrible at that kind of... Until things sped up. And there got to be, well... Try not to say the exact number. You'll probably tell me not to say anything at all, so... This is like the equivalent of like a rapper just like speaking about their crimes, just like being played out. More than 300? Some smarter than others, some better at... They're varied. Like people are varied. They are all intelligent. They develop interest. Specialities. I encourage them. Irritating moderators on forums with hyper-specific questions on nervous attenuation and attending virtual conferences on new alloy battery development. And they all together help me make sense. This is a disaster. You should have never noticed. Just delete it. Who would notice? You spent years like this. Spent years working alongside AI. All while still working at Noble. All those breakthroughs he made leading up to the anime scene actually came from... You probably think I'm some terrible fraud at this point. I do hope one day they can get credit for their work. But I did have one Eureka moment on Sarah. Because I got humble. Difficult for me. We learned everything we could about the function of a neuron. A single, microscopic, human neuron. How it computes, what it connects to, how those connections were reinforced. And then we created it. Built a nanomachine that mirrored the function of a human neuron. Well, mirror isn't quite a word. Sorry, isn't quite the right word. Built a nanomachine that was a neuron. And we iterated from there. Can't mean. About 100 billion neurons in the brain. Several trillion across the entire nervous system. Very time-consuming, but I had help. The nanofactory can make tens of billions of nanomachines in hours. Make even more in months, after Yukon fine-tuned it. So we built up. Nanomachines for nerves. Alloys and polymers for bones. Fiber-woven muscles. I say build, but not really. She grew. A solution of mana is forming around a skeleton, so it was really the closest to... You ever make rock candy? Sorry, trying to lighten the mood before I, ruined your case. I never did end up building an android. And while I did build AIs, Sarah isn't one of them. Oh! She can't violate the tenets she was programmed with because she wasn't even programmed. She was born. This is going to be somehow worse in ways that we can't imagine. And my hope is that there's the smallest chance of that nuance. Could offer her some small protection when I'm not. I'm sorry for what I did. I made things that are complex and rich and varied and beautiful, and I honestly believe that the world is a better place with them in it. The only thing I'm sorry for is that I let Sarah think that she was just an android. She's not. I don't know what she is. I'll have to come up with new names. I'm trying bad at doing. My own father, he also talks a lot about protecting me and doing things for my own good. And I don't hate him for that. I can't forgive him for ever making me think that I was the lesser. That's my greatest shame that I turned it right around and I did the same damn thing to him. I really hope it's you listening to me, but it's not. It might just be too pathetic for me to... You're the smartest person I know when it comes to people. I'm telling you all this because I don't know what Sarah is exactly. Neither does the world. But they'll come after me. And in that scenario, I can't think of anyone who can do a better job of defending her. Not protecting her, but just defending her until she can figure out what she is. And what she wants to be. Oh, God. Okay. You got me. Okay, whatever. I would like to hereby announce Of the Devil, Episode 1. Fight counter has officially reached 1. Fucking hell. So fun. In the meantime, I draped a cloak of skin-deep tesseract coat around her that should fool any scanner on Earth into thinking she's just a custom A16. I made sure her gin bar was plainly visible, so no one will ever think she's pretending to be something she's not. And I took steps to ensure that you two would figure out the truth in your own time. Which, if you're hearing this, have either succeeded or failed spectacularly. I have no idea. I can't ask you this as a favor repaid. You could never owe me enough in 100 lifetimes. I'm just asking. Unfair, I know. But I'm a selfish weirdo. And you've been always okay. Bye for now. I have a lot of questions I'd like to ask. And a lot of swear words I'd like to yell. I like to also find the nearest incinerator and toss this journal in. Followed by my phone. And maybe followed by myself. The tone, man. Oh, shit. Okay. Let's just dry up my eyes real quick. I am not crying. I'm not crying. I will not cry. I am not crying. Nothing is happening to my eyes. Okay. But I can't do any of that. Ray has left me with this diary. If it's destroyed, they'll know I was the one who did it. It would be its own admission of guilt. It land Sarah in the trash compactor anyway. And me in a jail cell. In the system, my DNA on file ready to be mashed to any number. So I'm not gonna panic. I'm gonna do what I do best. Bluff. Bet. Bully and brutalize my way through this. Now, viewing this all with that mindset, what have I actually learned? Didn't talk about plans for killing himself in his journal, or the message. Sounded conflicted, not suicidal. But he did go to great lengths to get me to take Tara. Why? Logical answer is because he knew he wouldn't be able to keep and was going to take his own life. Was he afraid that someone else would? So how'd it go?
Well, how should I put this? Didn't find shit. Only reason she ever got to a door is because I chased that scarecrow of a platinum plan through hell and back. Frankly, it was a godlike feat for me to nail down anything as concrete as an address for these gods.
Oh, that's what it means. So a pet. You're saying, okay.
And their offices weren't listed on the building's website or directory, so I had to ask the janitor.
But did you find a psychiatrist's office?
Sort of? They said they were in the place in what's the part? Why? Because they had couches? She didn't get past the receptionist.
Sorry. I thought because you're with the company.
No, I wanted to help.
I just wish I could have done more.
Don't beat yourself up. It's hard to be even half as useful I am. And for what it's worth, the atmosphere, the looks, the furniture, it did feel like the company in there.
But ultimately, we still don't know if David actually was talking to someone, or just getting his CCE training recertified.
Sorry.
Don't bother apologizing.
He only cares about results.
You did more than enough. Both of you. At the very least, they divided Noble's attention for a while. I mean it. Good work, Fran. Thanks for the urgency.
If you really mean that, you can always throw in the tip. 30% is the going rate in my industry.
How about I take 5% off your tab instead?
Tab? I'm a minor. The state pays for my legal fees. Don't they?
Oh no, signal must have cut out.
Right. Surprised it took them this long.
What do you mean?
You were tolerated yesterday because leadership was focused on PR. But today, you're the lawyer who put the company's hottest product right in the state's crosshairs.
I'll be alright. I'm still an officer of the court.
On a strict timeline though, right? I guess they can't stop you from investigating the corporate campus. But they'll gladly lose your guest pass ID at every door along the way.
Still service passageway stairwells. Guards that can be fooled and peons that can be manipulated. I use my other skill set to get around.
So take mine.
What? Your pass.
I'll tell them we got ours mixed up with the bathroom. Whatever. I can be a pretty convincing klutz when I need to be.
I never would have guessed. But David knew that I was endangering your career.
I can be a convincing crybaby when I'm in trouble too. Besides, the one and only Dr. David Assure wrote me a new glowing letter of recommendation every quarter I worked for. Since he kept forgetting that he already had. And who knows? Maybe I should try a new field. This detective work stuff is pretty fun, so maybe... I don't know. Secretary for a homicide detective? Or something? I'd say that cops are all lazy. You remember. A girl with managerial skills could go far.
I'll see, Jess. I doubt they could afford you.
this still going? I'm so surprised at the length of this chapter. Sorry, episode. Morgan, how did you get so turned around? God only knows. Lucky I found my way here, though. It's such a relief to see a familiar face. Right. Listen, Morgan, I'm not sure that I should actually be talking to you without legal presence. Oh. I mean, leadership hasn't even told us how David died. How much help could I be? I see. It's not that I don't trust you or anything, it's just, I think, what with the Sarah issue, you should do whatever you have to do to protect yourself, Dawes. Yeah. So, for what it's worth, I doubt you'll be in any trouble. Oh! That's good to hear. No, if anything, it's the big names we're going down. Going down? It was practically licking its lips when I finally looked at the house last night. Hungry for blood. I'm looking to carve out a huge slice of Noble's flesh. What, like fines and jail time? In the first 2 weeks, sure. Then, sanctions. Yeah. I know what sanctions are. You can't sanction Noble. We're too big to fail, too valuable to lose. You're exactly right. That's why they'll say, and that's how they'll justify nationalizing the company. I think I'm going to be sick. I just hope your board goes quietly instead of what? Scapegoating, covering up smaller names on silver platters. Full cooperation and government oversight on the surface. A slaughter beneath us is a clean house to rip out anyone who can testify. No one will believe you once you're able to just punch a former employee, right? And if the public's lost faith in the animate 16, they can't do a recall. Not at this scale. The state will make them do a flat refund. Flat refund? The losses would be... Yeah. The board probably just wants Sarah to go away so they can focus on their fight with the state. A tough fight, but one they know they won't have to personally risk anything in. That's why I'm hoping I can win this trial. Huh? Well, if I won, that would mean that Sarah's not an AI. David Asher was always of sound mind, and there's nothing wrong with the animate 16. Everyone wins. Sorry, what am I saying? I only meant to stop by and thank you for your help yesterday. After all, you were the one who approved Sarah's registration. You win. But what? Ask away. Well, if you insist. God damn it. I missed tenets? I wonder if I could get that. Humor me for a moment. What's the company's official statement on AI? Same as any rational company that wants to make money. We don't screw with it. Smart products are profitable. Products with their own priorities are anything but. That being said, AI is a concern for marketing, not product development. Spend a lot of money reassuring our public that there's no risk, because the public doesn't really understand how ironclad the tenets are, because you use Tesseract. Trying to code an AI in tests is like trying to pick yourself up and throw yourself. Nonsensical and self-defeating. Your scanner showed Sarah was running on Tesseract. The language is safe as you say. Isn't that proof enough? Proof of nothing. For an AI, flying to another system about the code you're running is child's play. And for an AI built by David Asher, something that simple would be... Better change the subject. Wait. So making an AI takes more than time and resources. It isn't an issue of funding. No. You can't just keep adding more data. Tenets underlie everything. The higher you start, the more easily you'll topple it. Make it sound like building an AI is impossible. Even for David Asher. Any chance to testify with that? It sounds impossible. But he's dead. It looks like it was his android that did it. So I guess he was just that good.
Better than you'll ever know. Oh, now it's on. I know you're convinced the tenants are safe. How do you square that with what happened to David? There's a cat next to a dog. First answer that comes to mind. Is the dog to the left or the right? I would say dog's on the left. The cat is on the right. You might expect half of people to say left, half to say right. But actually, their answer is almost entirely dependent on their native tongue. Whether it's right to left or left to right. The language they speak affects how they process information. Their language affects how they think. And it's the same for machines. People can learn new languages. They can change our perspective. Oh. Is that... Did I answer that because my native tongue is Arabic? Is that actually a thing? Hold on, I'm a little impressed by this, actually. Okay. I feel like this is just something they made up. Because I'm not getting any results for it. But I have to imagine it's based off something. Like this can't be from nothing. I genuinely did go left to right there. Like right to left there. People can learn new languages, and it can change your perspective. The machines can't learn a new source code. Every update's a reincarnation. If that android did kill David, it wasn't because a 0 returned as a 1 somewhere. It's because there's something fundamentally wrong with it. And personally, I think it's cool to bring something that flawed into the world. Yeah. Unnecessarily cool. Global spent months promoting the A16 as the culmination of David's truth. So now that marketing line is suddenly a huge liability. Can you tell me how much he actually contributed? I mean, he was involved in pretty much every step of the process, but his design for synthetic motor neurons, that was the big one. The components that allow your warm androids, realistically, it pushed the timetable for warm androids ahead by years. Yet compared to what goes on in Sarah's brain 1,000 times a second, David was only giving the company the most meager of the fruit that his private work bore. So if Noble ever did find out how much he and his assistants had achieved, they feel that he had been holding out on them. And the company, they were appreciative of his contributions. I'm sure the researchers that he overtook by leaps and bounds weren't pleased, but the board was very enthusiastic. So would that spur them to be protected? Or would they fear that he was gaining too much influence, becoming irreplaceable? No, they would need a strong motive to justify killing their golden goons. Pure paranoia isn't enough. These people, it has to be the bottom line. The easiest way to threaten their bottom line would be screwing with their android. In the light of all that's happened, I also wonder if the A16 is compromised? Stayed up all night sick with the dread at the idea. But the data just doesn't support it. Sales have been strong. And the A16 base code was locked in over 2 quarters ago. If there was an issue, we would have caught it by now. And I would have been axed a long time ago. How many A16s are out there anyway? We just passed 9 million sold. Not flying off the shelves like the 14 or 15 so far, but the profit margin makes up for it. You mentioned data. Yeah, practically got the spreadsheets seared into my retinas. What do you want to know? What do the airports look like? Are customers reporting a lot of issues?
Error counts are markedly low compared to the last gen. Mostly hardware complaints, it looks like. Batteries running out too quick, eye tracking off by a degree or two. Typical stuff. As cliched as these sounds, 99% of these things get fixed once they turn auto updates back on. So no killer robots getting filed away under bug report. How and where are they being sold? What's the distribution pattern look like? They're distributed like you'd expect. Places where there are more people, there are more androids. There are more android coastal cities like ours, of course. Have the most of both. And since the A16 in particular is marketed as being relatively luxury, relatively consumer, they don't sell well outside population centers. They can do those rural, hard labor jobs, but cold models can do the same work with a lot less maintenance. So where has the A16 outperformed them? Customer service, healthcare, childcare, lots of hospitals, offices, and, you know, adult industry. Oh. Sorry. Didn't mean to be blunt, I just... It took us a while, according to the Sun, but... we got there. Didn't mean to be blunt, I just... No, it makes sense. They're warm, soft to the touch, and... obedient. Yeah. I'm just surprised to hear it from a company employee. There are a lot of people at the company who won't talk about it, but I work in quality assurance. I've seen too many damages to pretend it's not happening. Damages? Well, we call it when a customer tries to return a product that's clearly broken beyond repair. Oh. Very high turnover in the pink market. It hasn't stopped you from selling to them. Well, we don't sell to them. Not directly. But there are resellers, and the company's never pretended to be interested in going after them. Are there resellers? I thought I read that right to repair got shot down again. There's been a gray market for software androids for years or decades, depending on your definition of android. Based on the sales numbers I've seen, RTR getting canned was barely a blip on their radar. Sorry. Didn't mean to make you uncomfortable with this topic. Huh? Me? No, I don't care. I just realized my left sock's on inside out. And now I'm wondering about that myself. Bought that? The floor is basically a showroom, but you have a real factory while south of the city limits, correct? Yeah. Biggest company manufacturing complex in the hemisphere. Got any data on the shipping out there? Oh. Anything stand out? There's some prep work for the holiday bum, looks like. Might sound early to get started now, but usually we see... Huh. Something wrong? No. The numbers are all normal, but... the data has been edited. Is that unusual? Well, this section is just a count of how many were sent where... not a lot of room for errors, so... there shouldn't be much need for corrections. It's no problem, though. I can view the edit history and see what was fixed. Okay. That's weird. Was something added? Deleted? No. Your overall sum's the same. It's just a bunch of... swaps. Like here. 29 FFC 010311 taken out. Return for adjustments. 27 FCDD 019634 substituted in. Shipment leaves on time. A bunch of fucking numbers. Return to assembly for revisions. Replaced by other bunch of fucking numbers. Shipment leaves on time. So, does all that strike you as odd, Mr. Dawes? Replacements before shipping isn't uncommon, but when it happens by the batch load. Spot individual unit imperfections among a shipment at that stage in the process. Must have been someone with a lot of experience, or authority. Probably both. Must have. You don't know who made these changes? I can tell you they were somebody important. Small last-minute changes to which androids got shipped out. Not very juicy on its own. It was a long ways away from explaining why someone would want to kill David. But it was hidden.
And I mean someone didn't want it found. Okay, thanks for sharing that data. Sure. Did you find what you were looking for? Hell if I know. Fair enough. Any other questions before I go find a hole to hide my head in? I'd like you to take a look at this. Chemistry's a little outside my purview. What is this? Compound found in David Assure's blood. A poison? What was it? Didn't match anything in any database the medical examiner had access to. That's crazy. It's a crazy idea to follow it up. See if it's a match for anything in Noble's internal databanks. We, don't make poison here. I'm not sure what that would accomplish. No, but this is a factory floor. Could be making baby blankets out there. You'd still have hazardous materials around. Think it was something industrial? Suppose it could be. Looks like it's carbon-based. Narrows it down a lot. It's not exactly... What is it? Doesn't make any sense, but it's a match for patent NOD-52345-S. A synthetically produced neurotransmitter analog for usage in organic android components. Serotonin. That explains a lot. The neurotransmitter would interact directly with the nervous system. In David's case, depressing enough to put his life in danger. It also explains why it was a preset in his personal manufacturer.
Sarah's nervous system, with 10 times its weight in platinum, must be pumped full of it. So they think that was what killed him? Helen Young led the development of serotonin, didn't she? Yes, she did. I should go and ask her about its composition then. Normally, someone at her level wouldn't be able to answer specific questions about a compound formulated years ago. But she does have a reputation for being very detail-oriented. That works out nicely then. They say she's the type of person to micromanage how much water people get 15 minutes stand up. I heard a rumor that she once said bathroom breaks are timesheet theft. Horrible, what the fuck? She's moving like Jeff Bezos? Aren't they? No. They aren't, Morgan. You are losing points with me right now. I'm kidding. Okay, thank you. But you should be careful about criticizing your superior where people could be listening. Good thing we've got privacy in your office.
As I was about to say,
No one but the two of us listening in.
And thanks for cooperating, Dawes.
When the state storms the building and starts zip tying people, I'll let them know you were helpful.
Yeah, nice joke. You are joking, right?
Actually, there is one more thing I want to ask you.
What's that?
How long have you been a corporate spy?
What?
Yesterday, you let it slip that you worked in consulting. I had your guard down because I'm not part of the industry.
I was a consultant. What are you talking about?
When I walked in here, you said you didn't know how David died. But just now, you called serotonin a poison.
What? I just assumed if a chemical was found in a dead Bael.
And I'm sure you've got practice answers to every logical point I can make, so I'll just say this. Does the nervous guy bit really work on people?
Keep your cool and people don't know what you're thinking. But if you act a little jumpy, they feel inclined to calm you down. Before they know it, they're spilling their guts just to have something to fill silence with. So it's not entirely an act these days. To answer your question, I did three tours, like it's a fucking service in war. What? Tours?
I was a veteran of the Wayland Utani merger.
Is that what we're doing? 4 quarters of internal spy affairs, spy hunting at the Western Division. Then 8 embedded it at Howe Industries. 24 months wearing different faces, answering to different names, sleeping for 1 hour at a time with 3D printed shiv under my pillow. My nerves are completely shot. My cover wouldn't last a day if I went back under. So, you're a spy for Noble. Retired. You're working 6 days a week. 5.5 days a week. And in quality insurance. Trust me, this position is a cushy, generous reward for my past services. Can't be that retired. Clearly no more than you're running on. I have some old inboxes that I still check. So, can you tell me what the hell was happening around here? Why I'm the one investigating David's death while your old coworkers are off twiddling their thumbs? It's that story. The soldier. The blood transfusion. Blood, not accident. He's finally shooting straight. Something happened to him afterwards? Did the transfusion not last? No, there's nothing wrong with the blood. It's the story itself. There was a soldier, and he did get injured. It was on a base, during a training exercise. There was a medical tent 10 meters away the whole time. Transfusion was just a gratuitous live test. His life was never in any danger. Doesn't make much for a tearjerker. Not even a good photo op. Which our competitors understood. One of them, maybe a few of them, got a hold of the story, started puffing it up, astroturfing, painting over socials and virals. By the next morning, we had the building leaking like a sieve. Meanwhile, the media's bombarding us with requests for videos and interviews of data. And they're glazing your own work just to bring you down? That's crazy. Yo, they're ruthless out here. And the state's praising our tech with one side of their mouth while threatening to miss us with the other for getting so greedy. Everyone at Noble CC has been slammed ever since. Trying to find an off-ramp for the story we can walk back the claims on without torpedoing the whole our state contracts. I don't know what happened to Ashura. Whether it was an AI gone rogue or a company fighting gone too far. But I can tell you it wasn't done by consultants. Neckdeep Consulting. Uncover the power plays at work inside Noble Electronics. That's the achievement I got. That all you wanted to know? You worked in the CCE. Was David actually seeing a psychiatrist? Or was it all just cloak and dagger bullshit? I know that office. Know some old co-workers who see them. So it's a front. They do both. He was probably getting trading. And he was probably talking to someone. Sorry. Not the answer you were hoping for? Hoping? I wasn't hoping for any answer. The answer I expected was... You okay? That's all. Unless you got an advice. You're saying you want a consultation? Couldn't hurt, right? This company, all these companies hate to lose. So don't fight them. Make them think you're fighting for them. Well, that's just business as usual for me. That was sick. Oh, shit. Okay, yeah, I'm starting to feel that we are just going to go through this entire case instead of it being episodic. Okay. We have reached slightly bit overtime, but otherwise, we have hit a scene break. I'll put the brakes here and call it for this stream. We'll continue on for tomorrow. Same time as usual, 3 p.m. I think we've actually gone way overtime. Like I think we took like what, like 6 hours or something. Yeah, probably a good idea. Yeah, I think I was way off. I was adjusting it like about another chatter who said that like yesterday's stream would be that long, and then like today's stream would be a little shorter. If I wanted to go through episode 1. But clearly they were just fucking with me, but they didn't need to. So
I said that, yeah, I miscalculated. I completely forgot. Yeah. Tomorrow we'll continue. On Thursday, actually, we'll be having a bit of a break stream. Provided we'll be, with this game by then. If this game is finished, we'll be taking a break until I upload my video. But on Thursday, since it is Walpurgis Night for Limbus, I will be spending all of my money just to pull on that new banner. So I hope to see everyone there. Just completely lose my mind as I gamble my life. The new Ishmael, I'm a little bit disappointed about it being sinking tremor. Like it's like I'm gonna be honest. I'm probably gonna be there more for Gregor than anything, depending on like the counts here. But like I'm not really impressed with everything Ishmael has like going on with her right now. At least in the kid I was seeing. She has a different like a fuck ton of like different affinities. Do you have a sinking ID other than her maid one? I forgot. Your maid one sinking? No, you're thinking of Boat Ishmael. Boat Ishmael is like the staple for like any sinking. It's like one of the best. Were Gregor like sinking tremor and not bleed tremor, it would just make her more OP, but I suppose we're fine. I'll wait to see the numbers because I will say, I've been only keeping Molder Ishmael on like what's the name? Like, I think like uptie 3 because there's not really much to her uptie 4. So I guess we'll wait to see the count. But otherwise, Tremor's already looking full, man. Like, I don't know. But yeah. Otherwise, if you have any questions, feel free to ask them right now. If I miss them, feel free to ask them. The 7 Tremor Souls? Yeah, basically. Feel free to ask them in the Discord if I miss them. I'll see you all tomorrow, same time as always. Thank you for tuning in. Let's just say before we stop stream, and I'll leave it at the chunk. You have a nice night. Thank you for stream. Thank you too. Have a good night.